to let you know that this meeting is a continuation of our meeting that we had on July 25th. There were some items that we had to continue to work on. For example, board goals, board committees. We are briefly going into executive session, and we are doing that at the beginning of this meeting. Steve, let me know on your end when I can. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for everyone who has taken the time on a Saturday to join us at our meeting today. Again, I had said a few minutes earlier that this is actually a continuation of the work that we needed to complete from our special meeting on Saturday, July 25th. We have some items to continue to work on, such as just a short example, board goals and board committees. So that's the continuation. We do have some executive session items, and we're going to go into executive session at the top of this meeting. So that's what we will be doing. And we'll come back afterwards and then have the rest of our meeting. With that said, again, to those in here, thank you again to our district clerk, Ivy, who is on, even though she says this is a part of her job, she is on vacation, so we appreciate her being here and taking the time to take our minutes and support us during this special meeting. And I also want to say thank you to, the staff and the public, our community that is here, that is taking time out of their Saturday to join the meeting as well. With that said, I'm sorry, I didn't call the meeting to order, so the meeting is called to order. And now I am going to ask for a motion to, ask for a motion to, hello?
I move that we go into closed session.
Wait, I didn't finish the motion. Thank you, Ms. Carey, but hold on. Motion to adjourn to executive session to discuss the employment history of a particular person. Go ahead, Ms. Carey.
I move that we go into closed session to talk about particular persons.
All right.
Discussion on the motion, please. Discussion on the motion, please.
It has to be seconded first.
Yep.
David seconded it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to say to all of the community members who are gathered on this call right now, if you could please hang in there and hang out until this executive session is over. I know it's a Saturday, and I thank you for supporting your community by coming in and sacrificing your time to keep abreast of what's going on. Sometimes we have to go into executive session early, but please, if you can, stay on the line so that you can follow the proceedings after we get out.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, the motion carried. We are now in going into executive session. I am going to put whoever's on now from our community, I will put you in the waiting room. Again, you could, I guess, sign, drop off and just, check back in. All right, thank you. I'm going to the waiting room. Let's see. All right, I think, let's see, let me pull this down. All right, let's see here.
How many people do we get so far? Just 23. We need more people.
Miguel, you're not muted, just so you know.
Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Just hold on, I just gotta make sure I capture everyone. Return from our executive session. We're now going to move forward with the rest of our agenda. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I see stuff are coming in. All right, let me see. I'm sorry. All right, let me see. Okay. Usually, also during this is a special meeting. So we are going to jump into our agenda. Let me see. Hold on. I have more people to let in. Okay. All right. All right. So the first item on our agenda right now is to make our appointment for the COVID-19 pandemic coordinators. This is something I think I mentioned at our previous special meeting on Wednesday or Thursday. And so what we really have to do is, again, just approve who our pandemic coordinators are. Our safety coordinators are Dr. Chase and Dr. Reynolds. And then we do have school specific pandemic response coordinators as well.
I would like to have some information on ones that I'm not familiar with. Who is Kurt Romaine? Who is John Liscio and Michaela Turturro? I'd like to know what role they play in the school. What is their titles?
Okay, Dr. Chase or Dr. Reynolds, anyone that may not be familiar, could you just say what their role is in each school?
What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to read the names of everyone and just give everyone's title, just so that the community is aware too, because there's quite a few people from the community on the line. All right. So for ECP, Dawn Mills, the director. Kurt Romaine is the school safety officer. Leah Jackson, Patricia Simone's the principal. John Liscio is the school safety officer. Michaela Turturro is the school nurse. At Highview, Gary Mastrangelo is the principal. Jennifer Gallagher is the school nurse. RJ Bailey, Shiparazzi, Will Washington, both administrators. Ms. Rossi being the principal, Mr. Washington, assistant principal, Ms. Martha Barata is the nurse. Mr. Matthew Smith at Woodlands Middle High School is the principal. Mr. Tyrone Postel is the school safety officer. Dean Parker is the dean of students. Nurse Lena Newton.
Okay, may I ask a question? Why is not the nurse from the early childhood program under Dawn Mail instead of Kurt Romaine?
The nurse has not been hired as of yet. If you might recall, the nurse retired. So we're in the process of searching for a nurse.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I have my hand up.
Yes, Terry.
So at the last meeting, we actually said that we were going to do two things today, among other things, but two things as it relates to coronavirus and the reopening of schools. And that was to approve the reopening plan, or at least have a resolution. I don't want to be presumptuous, to have a resolution on the agenda to approve the plan. And certainly while hiring the coordinators is an important step, you know, one could make an argument that perhaps we need to have a coronavirus plan, a reopening plan in place first. We told the community that we would have this resolution. At some point during the meeting, I think at the 2 hour and 3 minute mark of the meeting, if for anybody who wants to go check it on YouTube, Madam President, you said that you would put it on the agenda. You even asked which board members supported it, and a number of us said we supported it. But yet, when we received the agenda last night, I did not see that was placed on the agenda, that resolution. So the obvious question is why? What has changed? Why is that not on the agenda? And could we have that placed on the agenda now or vote on it now? Because we said to the public, you said to the board, to all of us, that let's not have a vote, even though many of us were ready to vote. You said let's not have a vote on Thursday, today, because we're going to vote on this. There'll be a resolution on Saturday. So if you could please explain what happened and how we're going to proceed, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Terry. It was pulled, or not even pulled, but I didn't have it on the agenda at first because I realized one, we didn't, it wasn't something that we had to do. And then I had concerns in my head that if we approve that, and let's say the executive, an executive order came through, that we would have to come back and take action, and maybe that might slow us down. But it actually is on our agenda. It's under the executive session because I thought we would need to discuss it, but we don't. And so we will be having, we will be doing that as well.
May I follow up, please?
So your question was as to why it wasn't on there, and if we were doing it, we are going to be doing it, and we are going to do it now. Yes, Terry.
So, okay, so maybe the question is moot. I just want to be clear because I'm a little slow sometimes. So we are going to do it now.
I said that 2 times. We are going to do it now.
I said I was a little slow. Thank you. And let me just be clear. Let me just be clear if I can, since we have our attorneys on the phone, on the line. We do have to approve this, Larry and Carol. Am I correct? We have to approve a reopening plan. I just want to be sure of that.
What you do have to do is appoint the COVID-19 safety coordinator. The approval of a plan is recommended. It is not strictly required, but it is recommended.
Thank you.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
Ms. Terry, I heard you. Go ahead.
I want to let you know that during this past week, I've gotten a lot of calls from many parents, and those parents who may not be aware of, neither may many of the board members be aware of, but there are little people out here who are very confused about the plan. As I went over the plan and looked at it, I am very confused about it also, because I don't know basically why teachers who are being paid full-time are going to be only working 4 hours. I don't know how how we have put together a program that is going to be viable, what is that word? Virtual, when the teachers are concerned about their privacy and being filmed in their homes, that they feel they may be compromised. There's a lot that I'm confused about, and I mean, that's nothing with my age. I'm confused about a lot of things. But when I have young people confused about the same things, I don't feel bad. So I'm just letting you know right now, it's going to be very difficult for me to be affirmative about this particular plan, because I'm not really sure if we actually have a plan. Regardless of what people are saying, there may be some people out there that feel the plan is okay, but I don't. So I want you to know there needs to be more discussion about this plan and how it's actually going to work.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Tracy?
So I want to make a comment about the plan, but first, I really have to address the fact that this school district is really awesome. All three of my children are here. I grew up here. We definitely get a bad rap, but we don't do everything right either. I think a big part of why we don't get some of the things right, as all school districts don't get everything right, but I think some of the things that we don't get right is because of the underhanded things that are done, sometimes from the people who are elected here to serve on this board. I'm going to stop, so don't go too far, because I can do that sometimes. But it was very clear to all 7 board members, my opinion about the reopening plan. I was in every single meeting this week. Anyone that I spoke to this week knows that A, I work, B, I'm a single mom. So people that have called me this week have heard my feeling of being extremely overwhelmed by being in meetings and work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night. Did we have a meeting Thursday night? I think we had a meeting Thursday. Or I spoke to someone for hours on Thursday night. So with that said, we give our public, we give our volunteer time to do this. And everyone in the board has received an email from me on Friday with concerns about fully supporting the reopening plan as it was laid out on Thursday in our presentation. I was very clear about my concerns. So I have no problem with anyone I spoke to that called me directly, any public person, any parent. I verbalized very directly. I have no problem with that. My concerns. That does not mean that I do not support the administration. So hopefully no board member will choose to spin that. I speak for myself. Do not get my opinion from any other board member. But I did have some concerns. Again, I'm a parent of 3 different children. Now they will be in 2 buildings, not 3 buildings. So I've made that mistake because last year they were in 3 different buildings. This year I have children in 2 different buildings, primary and secondary ed. So I definitely had concerns, as in many of the parents that had concerns with questions. And I presented those to my administration as a board trustee. I asked questions. I received an answer from our administrator that asked me to wait to get more information. So that is where I stand. I did receive some sample schedules, which made me very happy to see. So Dr. Chase, I'll tell you that, and Dr. Reynolds, I was happy to see the sample schedules that the board was shared. I don't think we're ready to go public with those yet, but they were, sample schedules, because that was part of my concern with sample schedules. As board trustees, our job is not to focus just on our individual children. As a trustee with current children in the school, as only Mr. Pineda is right now, it's very difficult to change hats, right? As a parent and as a trustee, but we do it very well, I think. As a trustee, my concern is my children first, meaning all children of the district, my staff second, for me. Other people may have a different priority. Our community, and taxpayers. Those are my concern. So the safety of the children first is where my questions come from, but very close after is the safety of all of our staff. And I did ask questions and I did have concerns about that. So thank you, Mr. Williams, for bringing this conversation to light. So I will say that I had questions and concerns that Dr. Chase and I think I CC'd Dr. Reynolds received those concerns. So thank you. And they answered them as well. Thank you.
Okay. Tanya, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, actually. I'm a little confused about what it is that we are supposed to approve as a board. Is it simply the proposal by the administration that we're going to be opening remotely first and then presumably going to the hybrid system October 2nd? Or is it the entirety of the reopening plan that we are supposed to be approving today?
So for right now, the resolution is pretty short and simple. It says that we will be supporting the reopening plan as prepared and presented to the Greenburgh Central School District community. And then just an FYI, then the appointment of the COVID-19 pandemic coordinators. Again, it's recommended by the superintendent of schools that we approve the appointments of the following people, and I'll read the names of each individual again. Okay. All right, with that said.
So, Antoinette, can I make a
yes,
statement?
Ashley, go ahead.
So, I am curious, with the middle high school, we have the principal, the security team, and the nurse. Is there a reason we wouldn't be having the principal, the assistant principal of both the middle and the high school as well, and then the nurse instead?
I was wondering too.
So yeah, those are the main leaders of the building. But if you look at the plan for the Woodlands Middle High School, it's all the administrators who are part of the coordination group. But these are just the main go-to individuals in the building.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chase. Ashley, are you good?
Yeah, I'm still processing that. So the APs are not part of that plan, I guess?
Oh, no, they are. If you look at the plan, their names are all listed. So the APs, the dean, the security, they have a couple of teachers. So they have an actual group. So it's similar to like the task force, right? So the task force is a large group, but then for the task force, there are various leaders within different subcommittees. So they are the leaders, the names that you see here that I'm asking you to approve, but there is a much larger group at the high school. It's the same thing for each school. There's a larger group and then you have the leaders. So we're only approving the leaders.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Carey?
Madam, what is the chain of command at the high school? If they can't get the principal, then you go to Postel, and if you can't get Postel, you go to the dean. If you can't get the dean, you go to the nurse. Is that the way it's going to be at the high school? Because I can't understand why there are not the administrators. You have two assistant principals, a principal and a nurse. I could see where they would be the main people at the high school that you would be in touch with if there was a situation going on that you needed to have clarification for. I don't know why a security person and a dean is above the two assistant principals. I don't understand that.
So the dean is an administrator. That person is an administrator. It's an administrator over students in its totality for Woodlands Middle and High School. But the first lead person is the principal. At every school, the principal is the lead pandemic coordinator for the building. If the principal is unavailable, obviously you would go to the next administrator. Not all schools have administrators, but RJ Bailey and Woodlands Middle High School those two schools actually have administrators. So Dean Parker is the dean. Again, he is an administrator, and every school should have a healthcare professional who also serves on the team. We're following the guidelines that were set by the Department of Health. So in those guidelines, it clearly identified you need to have a healthcare professional on the team, at least.
Is that the nurse? Would the healthcare professional be the nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that you have all you need, except I don't understand why Postel and the dean are above the two assistant principals, but that's okay. That's okay.
So that's just, Ms. Carey, I think you're looking at it how it reads on the agenda. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the go-to individuals. So maybe that's just how it's ranked on the agenda. But obviously, if Mr. Smith is unavailable for whatever reason, the next person would be Mr. Parker, who is the dean of students, not Mr. Postel. But actually, if there is a pandemic crisis, typically one would go to the healthcare professional of the building.
Okay, I hear. I don't approve. I don't. You know, I'm not able to process it to approval, but I can accept it if that's the way it is.
President Darden Centron, do you want us to discuss our concerns or questions about the plan now, or before we vote, or what do you want us to do? Because I can share my concerns publicly. I'm fine with that.
I believe, I mean, it would make sense to,
okay.
We're discussing it now. I mean, essentially questions are being posed, you know, right now.
Oh.
All right.
I'm glad someone else wasn't sure. Okay, thank you. Great.
All right, Dr. Chase.
You know, we never answered Ms. Carey's question, and I want to go back. She asked a question about privacy of the homes of students, and she asked about students. She said students are confused, and she also talked about the schedule. So I'm going to take a portion of that, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Reynolds to take the other portion, because that could be a similar concern that some of the parents have on the call. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we're just clear. And I want to give Ms. Carey some responses. As it relates to the privacy, the one thing that the district did was we actually created backdrops so that families, students, teachers, administrators can have those backdrops during the remote experience. And we believe that there's one way to support the privacy of individuals. The teachers were informed of that. They were informed of that when I met with the teachers on Monday. They were informed when we had our parent meetings, and we also informed them when we had the board meeting. And the union president, Mr. James Bell, also did a great job at informing teachers about that. So I think everyone is pretty comfortable, at least that I know of. And if anyone just needs to know more information about that, we'll be more than happy to answer that. As it relates to the 4 hours, I'm going to pass that on to Dr. Reynolds, because he gave us a very comprehensive explanation. And I think this may answer Tracy Mayer's question too about the 4 hours, because I think that when it was presented of kids only going to be working in 4 hours, not necessarily presented as, well, we're still going to follow our school schedule. So we're just going to break it out in a more comprehensive manner so that it's clear to everyone. Any student who might be confused by what is expected of them, I'm hoping that the confusion will no longer exist. We're going to send students information. They'll get that. They're pretty much digital natives, so the kids know to log on.
That when we do come back to a hybrid model, the students have met with each of their classes on a regular schedule that would just be elongated to meet our regular prescribed day in person.
Can I just thank you? I'm sorry, I turned off my camera. Shoot. Okay. Can I just thank you for both Dr. Chase's and Doctors Chase and Reynolds for answering my email. I mean, I sent it Friday morning. I think by Friday afternoon, we got the information. So I really appreciate that. I was asking that question again as a trustee. I asked about the 4 hours. I did have concerns. I heard from many parents who had concerns about the 4-hour block, and we didn't understand. As a parent, I didn't understand, but as a recipient of phone calls as a trustee, I got those calls and people didn't understand how that would work. So thank you for explaining that. I also asked about our staff and our teachers. I asked about, do we have a plan and what can we do? And maybe the answer is nothing, but I would like to know what we can do to help our teachers who may have their own small children at home. So they're employees, right? And they're dealing with their own children at home, yet they have to be on camera teaching our children. So I'm trying to understand and balance how that is gonna work. Do we have to consider that? Again, the answer may be nothing, but I did ask about that. So can you please address that? I also asked about, I don't know, I'll read the email. I'll let you answer that and then I'll reread my email and ask about it. Thank you.
I guess Dr. Chase, I'll
Yeah,
ask you
what
to
we can
answer
do,
that.
we can speak to the teachers union to see if that's even a need coming from the teachers. Let me find out if that's a need, because if we're talking about childcare, it could be an expense to the district. And so let me find out if there is a need. He has not brought that to me as a need from the teachers union. The fact that we're not asking as of yet teachers to come into work to conduct remote, they're actually at home, the need might be decreased. So I just have to get more information.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not necessarily offering childcare for those teachers. I'm just wondering, how do we give them the option to take their lecture or their class time, because maybe they have children of their own that they can then play during that time period that they're supposed to be doing instruction. I don't know. I'm not the, the administrator, but you guys would have to work that out. I'm just wondering what we can do to ensure that the instruction to our GCSD students will continue well. If we have a teacher, that's constantly having to be pulled away, they have that right, their parent, and we're all stuck in this situation. That may affect the instruction for our GCSD students. I think another thing that I did talk about was childcare. I know that some of the other districts that I've looked at, not comparing, but I know some of them did get a good pulse and feel for the childcare needs of their district. And I'm wondering if we will do that, will we find out, do parents, do we have a large amount? Are there, 1,000 parents that need childcare? Or are there 50? How do we ascertain that? So I also asked about that.
So we have identified sites for childcare. When I send the information out to the families on Monday, because the board did ask me to hold off until Monday, when we send the information out to the parents, it will include information on how to work with the Child Care Council to get a referral for childcare. The district actually, I contacted the executive director of the Child Care Council, and she gave me information so that we can work with a director for child referral. And basically what will happen is each parent will call, I believe the lady's name is Denise, and that information will be given to all of our families, probably by Monday, hopefully. And you'll call Denise and you'll actually make an appointment to meet with her. She's going to ask some questions to find out what your needs are, and she will match your needs to a child care facility. In addition, I believe the other day I showed the families a map of Westchester County where there are a host of child care centers that the Child Care Council can work with us to identify. But for those who may not be comfortable sending their child elsewhere or having to drive and then drive to work, which I completely understand, the Theodore Young Center has offered childcare to our students during the day, which I thought was a very generous offering. It just speaks to the relationships that we have with our community. The Theodore Young Center will be working with Greenberg Central School District. We will be prioritizing essential workers. I don't want to just say healthcare, essential workers. And from what I'm made to understand, teachers are now considered essential workers, but teachers are considered essential workers now, but essential workers will have priority for healthcare. For childcare, excuse me, I got health on my mind. For childcare, which I think is a very generous offer, the Theodore Young Center is familiar to our children. Our union, civil service union, has been in conversation with me about having some familiar faces from Greenburgh Central School District stationed at the Theodore Young Center so that children feel comfortable. It's not carved in stone, and it is a personnel matter, so I don't want to speak about it publicly because it's not appropriate. But we're talking about possibly some personnel who during remote learning we could benefit from using them in another location. And that is also a possibility at Theodore Young Center, or disperse them at some of the other facilities where children will see familiar faces. I also want to just underscore and reiterate to our families who are listening, and also to the board, that while our children are in childcare, or even while our children are home during remote, the district is responsible for feeding these children. So we will continue with our meal program. We will continue to provide breakfast and lunch every day for all of our children. So those who will take advantage of the Theodore Young Center, we're considering the Theodore Young Center as one of our distribution sites. And if our kids are there, they will also benefit from having a meal while they're there as well. So I hope I answered your question about childcare. I think that the district has identified quite a few options for parents. I remember in the chat that some of the parents said, well, you know, my kid can't go to school. I'm not comfortable sending my child to childcare. And that's a parent choice. We're not telling parents you have to, but we'd like to give parents options and choices. We don't want to leave them hanging because we vowed to be partners to our parents, and being partners mean we're all going to look out for their well-being. So parents, you know, have options. It's up to them to select. And I know that some of the parents are considering pods. And so that's also an option that parents might want to consider.
And I just, I know David and Tanya, I saw have their hand up. I just want to say one more thing about childcare, Dr. Chase. I just want to clarify for parents, because I did get one call that was very confused, that it's not our childcare. And even if we partnership with TDYCC, you mentioned, who we have a great relationship with, and we give you this information, it's your choice, as Dr. Chase said, whether to use childcare or not. It is not, we're not, it's not our childcare. So we're not responsible, correct? Our lawyers are on, we're not liable for the childcare. So I wanted to make that clear, because I don't think parents, that I got a call from one parent in particular was a little confused, thinking that we were providing the childcare under the district title. So I clarified that, and I just wanted to say that publicly as well.
Right. I just want to be very, very clear. The district is not partnering with these places. We're partners in other areas, but the child care will be provided by these facilities, right? So they're responsible for it. We're just basically identifying places and just identifying them. Here are places that you can consider for childcare. We will not have our teachers there. It's not under the GCSD. It's just offering the parents another layer of support.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. I think I saw David and then Tanya's.
Sure. Okay, so regarding the plan, in terms of things that are within the scope of the plan, things that we can actually control, I was satisfied with Dr. Reynolds' explanation about the 4 hours and how it's part of a larger block. That all makes sense to me, and the union negotiations and how you have basically the equivalent amount of time, roughly the equivalent amount of time that the teachers would have been teaching if they were teaching live. That all makes sense, and the larger context of there possibly being individual conferences with the students in the time beyond the main 4 hours is fine. I also think 4 hours is quite a lot, so I think that's certainly robust enough for sitting in front of a screen if you're a kid. My concerns mainly at this point under the scope of the plan have to do with when we get to the hybrid implementation. I'm suspecting that we may need more equipment and or staff to do the equivalent of shooting a 4-hour show. I know the technology's advanced since you know I taught in the 80s, so I think that there's going to be a lot of piloting going on in the background during the month of September to try and figure out how to make this hybrid thing work. And I expect the actual experience of the teachers putting that together is going to iron all of that out and make that apparent. I don't see anything in the current plan that precludes implementing it in various ways. So I have no issues with the plan as it is currently laid out.
So Mr. Warner, thank you for those comments. You know, you mentioned last time about the need for staff. So parents who are on this line and those who are in the YouTube world or however you're accessing this information today, just know that when we send this letter out Monday, Laser Alert and Damaris Lugo are fabulous, and they have created a Google form. In addition to the letter, you're going to get a Google form, families, and the Google form will simply ask, do you want to continue with remote learning in October, or are you going to opt into the hybrid? We need to know now because we have to plan for what Mr. Warner just brought up. Do I need additional staff? Many of you might opt into emotional. Many of you might opt into remote learning. And therefore, that will help us with the disbursement of staff. So we're going to be asking you those questions so that we can get some recent data, right? And we can get some recent data from you so that we can make a more informed decision. And if we have to consider that, then that's something we'll come back to the board. So we'll just have to gather some more data. And, you know, but once you get that form, families, as you did with the Thought Exchange, and you guys did an amazing job with Thought Exchange, I'm going to ask for it right back. I can't have you hold on to it for 2 weeks. We need it right back because there are some hard decisions that we have to make. October 5th will be here before you know it.
Dr. Chase, when we send that particular survey, and it's just a request, I'm sorry, Tanya, I jumped ahead of you, just a request, can we do an actual like yes, no, maybe survey as opposed to like a thought exchange? Because for me, looking at the data, it's easier to see like how many people actually plan, like as opposed to their thoughts. Is that possible?
So the form is a radio button. Parents just click, click, click. The only thing parents will have to type in would be like an email address, the name of their child, and maybe their child's grade, but it's more of a drop down and it's more of a click, click, click. It is not a thought exchange, it's a Google form. So it should take them, I actually did the survey because I like to give people an idea of what it takes. It took me 2.7 seconds to do it, 2.7. It took me 2 minutes and 7 seconds. It probably will take people much less. I put in a fictitious name. Actually, I put in a name of 2 children. I put my own 2 children's name in it. And just to give parents a sense of how long it's going to take them to do the survey.
Thank you.
Antoinette, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Tanya. Dr. Just to clarify, the question is, if you want your child to participate in remote learning, I thought you said for October. You mean through what the date that you said it would end, right?
Right. So we're hoping to phase in October. So after October, do you want to continue with remote, or do you want your child to participate in the phase in hybrid?
Okay, because the date, I think yes. Okay, I got you. Thank you, Dr. Chase.
But there's
Tanya,
more.
I'm sorry.
More. In anticipation, families who are on the line and who are in YouTube world, there's more. I'm also going to ask, do you need transportation? That is critical because we have to plan for busing and we've got to start scheduling. So I need to know which families would like to take advantage of the busing and which families are thinking to bring their own children in. So those are some of the questions that we're going to ask, which is why it's going to take about 2 minutes. And it's in Spanish and English, by the way.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chase. Tanya.
Yeah, so I wanted to thank Dr. Reynolds for getting us those sample schedules sooner rather than later. I'm looking at the document that we received with these schedules on board docs, and I don't know if this was a mistake or if it actually is that the PK through 6 as well as the 7 through 12 are exact replicates of each other. That was my first question. I have 2 more.
So no, that at this point, again, they're sample schedules. The exact schedules will be created by the buildings, by the principals, but no, that was not a mistake.
Okay, so basically all the school children will be starting their days at 8:40, or their school days will be starting at 8:45.
Correct.
Okay, so then my second question was whether, just as an educator, you think that having essentially 28-minute instruction is sufficient, because that's what the periods are really now reduced to. They've gone down from 45 minutes down to 28 minutes.
So thank you very much for that question, if I may. I'm getting feedback. Are you?
Yes.
Yep.
Are you still getting feedback now?
No.
Okay. Trustee Judge, that's a very good question. Yeah, in my honest opinion, yes, I do believe under the current circumstances that 28 minutes would be sufficient for instruction. Keeping in mind that the 28 minutes is on the secondary level is reduced from 42 minutes, and the 28 minutes per period on the elementary level is reduced from about 45 minutes. But keeping in mind also that much of our instruction that takes place on the elementary level is a combination of periods. So our ELA block may not necessarily just be 28 minutes on the elementary level. It may be a combination of 2 periods. That would be up to the teacher. Again, we are just allowing the 28 minutes of transitional time so that we can keep everyone on their schedule and allow for all of our students to receive instruction from each of their teachers on the secondary level or in a departmentalized plan, so that they can have some face time with each of their teachers. I apologize.
Okay, I had one more question, which is that I see in these sample schedules that they are kind of, the periods are sort of clamped in between what you call extra help / small group instruction. And I'm just wondering exactly how that will work. How are kids just going to sign up ahead of time with the teachers for this extra help? How will that in reality be organized, these small groups?
So the intent is for there to be, I realize if I don't answer right away, then there might not be feedback. So the intent is for there to be teacher autonomy. We do not want to take away the autonomous nature of teaching as it relates to the student and the teacher relationships and interaction, along with the fact that we want to ensure that all of our families have access to our teachers. Yes, there would be a sign up or sign in or request that would be managed by each classroom teacher. So it may look different in each classroom, but the intent is for that to take place because every classroom is a different environment.
So that means that a teacher will basically be available from 8:45 to 9:30 for those students who wish additional time in the subject, and they will have to tell the teacher ahead of time, on Tuesday, I would like to join a small group in the morning to ask my questions or whatever.
That's correct, Christy.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tracy, hold on. So Dr. Reynolds, about that extra help, will it just be upon the student to sort of, initiate whether they need to participate, or will there be some sort of, push into students, just kind of prompting them if you need help, something that kind of will make sure that it's on their minds. Students, often have a lot of different things that they are juggling, and they may not remember to, hey, I need help, let me sign up and do this. So is there a way that we can ensure that we're reaching out to students as like a reminder or a prompt? This is the avenue that they have to get additional support.
Thank you, President Darden. Thank you, President Darden. The goal and the vision is for this to be a two-way street. We would like for there to be some initiation from families or students, and the intent is that a teacher seeing the need of a student might reach out to that student and say, you know what, why don't you join me on Wednesday morning, and we're going to revisit this particular subject.
Right. And also too, this is why we also designated that Friday. That Friday is that day that allows us that opportunity to do extended enrichment for our students as well.
Okay. One more thing. I know that we wanted to ensure that the principals had enough time to, continue and complete working on what a schedule will look like. And so we're hoping, by Monday they'll be ready. But I guess overall, I'm wondering just in general, as far as timing, again, I don't want to rush the schedules. I want them to be able to do it and then provide the most accurate and information for our families. But I guess if we can get a sense of how soon that overall that they can have, like it will be posted or shared with families. But also we've had several meetings, and there are a lot of questions that have been posed. I think in an email, Dr. Chase, I sent to you in regards that if we could organize it in a way that, sort of groups questions per subject together, and also make sure that it's available that way for on our website, so that families will be able to, click on it and be able to find, the answer that they are looking for. So do we know when the FAQs will be completed and ready for parents? Because a lot of questions, as you know, Dr. Chase, through these meetings, a lot of questions were very similar. So I'm just hoping that it'll be organized in a way that parents can, quickly see the subject matter and be able to follow along with the questions. So just want to know when that might be available.
Among many other things in planning for reopening, we're working really, really hard to try to answer those questions. I believe there are well over 100 unanswered questions, and a lot of those questions are repetitive, right?
Yeah.
So let's say if there are 400 questions remaining, of the 400, it could be 100 of the same type of questions. So we're sorting through that in addition to answering questions too via email, and we'll put that up as soon as possible. What we can do is we could start putting up the ones we have and then just fill them as we continue to answer questions. So it'll be sort of like a live document. So at least there's something going up, and then it won't be an exhaustive list. We'll just continue to add as we get more questions. But
at some point we will organize it.
Oh, we have to, but
Okay.
that takes time. We will. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, Tracy.
So I'm going to try to be quick. So I saw a comment that said that one of our board members was asking sensible questions. And the fact of the matter is there's 7 of us. So we have 7 different opinions at times and questions. And I'm sorry if you don't find them sensible, but I think everyone has a right to ask their questions. The next question I have is about communication. I did receive an email from a very active parent of a senior parent of a senior that expressed concerns about communication, being that we're all going to be online. In the past, when we were not online, a parent can go to the school, have a meeting with the teacher, speak to administrator, express their concerns, call. Now that we're all online, how can we help to ensure that parents can communicate? I think during our meeting on Thursday, one of the parents put in the chat, I have a concern about my child. Can I call the school tomorrow? So how can parents with this online plan be able to communicate directly with teachers, administrators? Is there a timeline for those staff to get back to parents? What is the plan for that?
So I think I remember this question from the other day. I'm meeting with the administrators next week. This is the week that we come back to plan. The charge will be within 24 hours to respond to your emails. And I'm sure they're going to be inundated with emails, as well as emails from their staff and training and guiding their staff. So that's going to be the requirement. Parents know that if you need to reach out to any one of your administrators, just send them an email. Administrators are on their emails. And I'm going to reiterate, similar to Ivy Kraus, and many of the administrators, they're not taking breaks. They're working round the clock on weekends. So please reach out to them. We consider the fact that they also have families as well, but they have been extremely responsive. And if they're not responsive, some of you parents have already reached out to me. Just let me know. I just may have to just send them a little tap and say, don't forget, Miss such and such is waiting for you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Chase, if I may just piggyback on that. So now with the hat of Assistant Superintendent for Personnel, we do have to ensure that our faculty members, our staff, they're entitled to some downtime with their families as well. So that 24 hours, everybody, please be mindful that it's 24 business hours. So if you send an email at 3 p.m. on Friday, We
Right.
ask your indulgence. You will be answered by 3 p.m. on Monday.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. And to follow up, all 7 of us have our own opinions on things, and we all have our own constituents that do contact us, send us emails. Like I said, the communication question came from a person that sent an email. I don't know if she sent it to the full board, but she had a concern, and so that's why I'm bringing it up, even though other board members didn't bring it up. So another question that I have, actually, it's a topic, is our special education students with regard to remote learning. I need more detailed information on how that's going to work. I understand our director of special ed is going to meet with special education parents specifically to talk about their students. Sometimes students may not receive official services, but may have a 504 accommodation. They may have, or AIS status, where they may need to be brought back to level. They may be unlimited. What are our plans specifically to work with our special needs students?
So this keeps coming up at all of our meetings, which is why we're having the meeting. You see, you can't answer a blanket question when it comes with students with special needs. You know, as a longtime educator, all children with special needs have special needs. This is why there's an IEP. So I cannot get into particular IEPs, nor will I do that publicly. That's why we're having the meeting with Jill Post. We're also doing this with our E&L students so that we can hear what those needs are in a safe fashion from those parents. And many parents who have students with IEPs have already reached out to me and, you know, apprised them of that meeting. We want to know what it is that they need, what it is that the district can actually do. We're not going to neglect what we're supposed to do for these children. That would not be, that wouldn't be wise. It's just morally just incorrect. We're going to do all that we can for all students, but we're going to pay particular close to those students to ensure that we adhere to their IEP needs. There's a guideline within those IEP needs that tells what children should do. There are goals that we have to meet. Our special ed department, our student services, have been meeting with parents and building those IEP meetings. Those meetings are still going on, even though it's remotely. We're still committed to meeting the needs of our students with special needs. But I just can't answer a blanket question, because when you're talking about special needs, it's not a blanket response, it's an individual response. And just know that we will meet those individual needs as best as we can remotely.
Do you know if there's a plan for like the guidance or social workers to reach out to students that have AIS or have particular 504 plans and find out individually what can help with them being home on remote? I don't want like a general response. I'm wondering more detailed what we're going to do about that. So that's my concern.
Absolutely, that's their job. They're part of the pupil personnel department. So it is their job to reach out to those families, and that is what they've been doing, and that is what they will continue to do.
Thank you. I just wanted you to be able to say that publicly so that everybody could know, because that is a concern for some people.
Madam Chair? Yes,
I hear
yes,
you,
yes.
Miss Carey. I have Terry, and then you're after.
Actually,
Okay,
because Miss Carey is not visible, I will defer to Miss Carey, and I will speak after her.
No, I will wait, thank you.
No, I insist.
Carey, please.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So with the exception, but what I'm about to say is Ms. Carey is accepted from this. These are all great questions. I'm sure your question, Ms. Carey, is going to be a great one as well. The point that I am going to make, though, is they're starting to get a little bit repetitive, and in the essence of time, and time is really important here, obviously, to get this meeting done, but also the longer we wait to decide on this, the more pushback parents will face in trying to get other things set up. So time is of the essence here. A plan is a framework. A plan doesn't address every minute detail. If that were the case, we'd never have any businesses, because a business plan can't address every specificity. So Dr. Chase has said, obviously they'll be chances. There's the FAQs on the website that'll address a number of questions. Obviously, if somebody has any specific issues related to their children or child, our people are available to do what we've done when we were operating under normal circumstances. So, accepting Ms. Carey, after we hear from her, I'm just asking Madam President if we could kind of wrap this up and move this along.
Madam President?
Carey?
If I want to discuss the cleanliness or the way in which we are going to clean our schools, is that pertinent for me to do now, or should I wait?
I don't think Mr. Falcone is here, but if Dr. Chase or Dr. Reynolds wants to give a quick, recap.
These are questions from people you wouldn't normally hear from, and I would like to get them out if I can. If it's a little bit much for today, I guess I can hold up, but I would really like to say what I have to say.
Sure, Ms. Carey. Just, their questions, some of them may have been answered because we've had several meetings about it, but sure, I would say share the questions. Dr. Chase, Dr. Reynolds, they can surely, if they have the information themselves, they can share some feedback. If not, they also, again, we do have FAQs, and that could be a part of it as well.
Okay, these are from questions from people who were at the meeting the other night and were confused about certain things. One of them was the feeling that there has been no real how do you call it? People have not really been able to have the right kind of cleaning experience needed to sanitize the schools, the classrooms, the bathrooms. They want to know if it is at all possible that a professional cleaning service can come in and clean all of the schools from top to bottom, and that those maintenance people who will be in charge of the schools will be able to go out and learn how to maintain that sanitary condition in the classrooms, during the time that the children will be coming back to school. That's one of the questions that they wanted to ask. They wanted to know why teachers are not teaching from their classrooms. They did not get a, from what I understand, not a full understanding of why they cannot come back to their classrooms and teach in an environment that the kids would be familiar with when they do start back to school eventually. And the teachers will have all of their equipment, all of the things that they need to teach right there in their classrooms, instead of lugging things to and from their homes. Because I would assume that from time to time they would have to go into their classrooms for certain things that they would need for the teaching of the kids. Also, it came to my attention by one of the young ladies that there are rooms that have no ventilation. And I was wondering what rooms they were. One was giving me that there were a couple of nurses' offices in the schools that have no windows or no ventilation. And if that's true, I was wondering what was going to be done to make sure that those particular situations were taken care of. And if there is indeed unsanitary conditions in any of the schools, why are there any staff allowed in the schools at all until the schools are sanitized and made able for people to be in there in a safe environment? And the other thing I heard, I got a call from a couple of people this morning, and is it true that they are going to have monitors be the cleaners, that they're going to be cleaning toilets and classrooms and stuff? If so, why is that? Why is that? Is that in their job descriptions? And why are they being, pinpointed to be the ones who are going to be the cleaners of, the sanitizers, I should say, of the schools? So, and the other thing is that this is just something I would like to throw out. It was brought to my attention that the auditorium at the Woodlands High School, the floor and the doors are painted a lime green. Is this so? And if so, I'd like to have those questions answered, please.
Okay, so I'm happy to answer those questions. I'm happy to answer those questions. And Mary O'Neill is on the line, who is responsible for civil service. She has oversight. And so, Mary, wherever I have holes, I kindly ask that you please fill in. All right, so we talked about cleaning experience. Mr. Falcone has a wealth of experience in cleaning our schools. Mr. Falcone attends regional meetings where he learns the skills of proper cleaning under COVID. He then imparts that training to the staff. I have personally witnessed our staff on hands and knees on the floor, on ladders, cleaning. I have seen it for myself and have taken pictures of it. Our staff are doing a fantastic job at keeping our schools clean. The floors are spotless and shiny, and there's still more work to be done. So I don't think that it's in the district's best interest to hire a professional cleaning company when we have so many other issues in which we can use that money for in our district. I think that using Mike Falcone, who is an expert at this already, to help us identify those areas that need to be cleaned and how to properly clean, I think is sufficient. And if I feel that the board should consider a cleaning company, I will definitely come back to you with that. In terms of why teachers are not teaching in classrooms, the teachers sent us all a list of concerns that they've had. I've talked to the teachers union. I'm not going to get into that because it is a personnel matter. I did speak to the teachers union, and we have agreed that we will, and I shared this with the board, that we will ask our teachers to remain home, which is why we're giving them the background so that they can actually teach from their homes until we rectify some of the concerns that teachers have. I'll be completely honest. You know, when our teachers are well satisfied, our students are well satisfied. And as a superintendent of schools, it is my job to make sure that we have balance. And so I am offering balance this way. And our teachers are very, very pleased to start. In fact, they're very anxious to start their remote learning from home. Many of them have set up remote classrooms and they've displayed it on Twitter. Some of them have emojis and bitmojis, and they have all kinds of awesome things and can't wait to meet our students on September 11th. We talked about rooms without ventilation. I heard that Ms. Carey mentioned that the nurse's office doesn't have windows. At our meeting with the Highview School on Tuesday, our nurse, Michaela, showed off her new nurse's office that has windows. So I want to dispel that untruth. In terms of unsanitary conditions, I have been in the district, I've been in the schools, and I do not see any unsanitary conditions, and I do see some hardworking custodians. I want to take my hat off to them. In terms of monitors cleaning, I don't know anything about monitors cleaning. Monitors, you know, they have a particular job. However, during this COVID era, many of us are going to be doing many different things. There has never been a directive that monitors will be cleaning and disinfecting. But I know just as a professional, you know, we're all going to do our fair share in keeping our schools clean and safe, right? So our monitors are going to be responsible for keeping us safe. They're going to be doing many rounds around the building. They're going to make sure that no one is entering our building without a mask, and that, you know, that we limit the number of visitors, so forth and so on. In terms of the auditorium painted lime green, you are right, Ms. Carey. I was in the building the other day. Not only was it painted lime green, it was painted white. If I'm not mistaken, and Mary, correct me, I believe it is a primer so that it can be painted the rightful color very shortly. So it starts off at one color, and then you put the intended color on top of the primer. Mary, am I correct in that?
Yes, and I'm confirming with Mr. Falcone as well.
Yeah. Okay, Mary, did I have any holes? Did I answer all of those questions?
I believe you did, Dr. Chase, yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to answer any more questions as it relates to the cleanliness of our schools, because the cleanliness is really an important component to keeping our schools safe and keeping our schools healthy. So, if there are any additional questions, families, that you can ask me anytime. Not sure if this is the forum for a retreat, but families, you can ask at any time. Is also
Antoinette, I have a question.
more than willing. I'm sorry, someone's talking over me. More than willing to answer questions as it relates to the health and safety of our schools as well.
Madam President, I was asking questions based on what some people did not understand. I would like to say this, and this is from me, and I really don't care what people think. If we can spend almost $200,000 renovating classrooms into offices that did not need to be done, I feel we can spend money to have our schools sterilized properly once. And after that, if the people are able to get the experience that they need to continue the cleaning, then yes, our students are important to me. Whether people want to believe it or not, they are very important to me. And it is important to me that those schools have the proper cleaning that they should have. And right now, I do not believe they are getting the proper cleaning. And I will ask this board to consider looking for companies that do thorough cleaning so that they can clean the schools properly. All right? And I'm sick of all of this stuff about this one is great and rock star over here. I want to know how our children are going to be taught. And if and when they go back to school, they will go back to school in an environment that is safe and healthy for each and every one of them. Every time somebody says something that kind of ticks off somebody, they got to talk about it in length about what they're doing. I want to see it. I'm tired of listening to words. I want to see action.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Madam.
Antoinette, I have a question.
Ms. Carey. Dr. Chase, overall, I'd like to have us all move on from this conversation, but overall, I think there are a couple of things. One, in general, do we know when, because I think parents, families need the information as soon as possible, but as we move forward, closer to September, overall, do we have an idea as to when parents would get the information that they truly need to be able to understand the plan, how we're moving forward? I know that we're still working on different things as far as like the schedule each principal is, and how things are going to flow. But if overall, can our community come to a website or receive information directly via email as to what our plan is when our students start at school?
So I was told to hold off until Monday, correct? So we're going to actually send that out.
I suggested Monday because I was told that principals are still working on those schedules.
Correct. So the principals will send those schedules to their individual families. That's not going to come from us. What I am sending, so as the superintendent, what I am sending is overall, we're starting on this date. You're going to get more information from your individual principals. So the principals will then, in a subsequent message, will send to their families what the expectations are in terms of scheduling. So that doesn't come from my office.
Awesome. Okay. Last, I think, I know you said we don't have an ECP nurse. I'm assuming that we are hiring and working to find someone for that, right?
Correct. We're in the process of hiring quite a few positions that need to be filled. So we are going to ask the board to convene. I don't know I forgot when your next meeting is, so that we can actually make sure that we have people solidified in our district. I will tell you there's a lot of competition. You might want to get people solidified. I believe that we have some great people that we want to bring into the district, and we want to have them solidified.
And any ECP students who are at Leah Jackson, the nurse there can handle both Lee F. Jackson and the ECP at Lee F. Jackson students, right?
I mean, in an emergency situation, that sounds great, but if you are an ECP student at ECP, that nurse will be the one, but in the absence of that person, of course, the ECP nurse will, Ms. Tutoro will do what she needs to do to satisfy. I mean, she's a medical professional. So
Yeah, I was just meaning while until we hire one directly for ECP. She is going to take care of us. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's it, David. I did see a hand. David, you are the last.
All right. So in regard to Ms. Carey's concern about an unventilated room, I believe the memo that we had from the proposal back on, I think it might have been July 27, page 2, it's item 87.4, provide heat and ventilation for the classroom constructed in the balcony hallway. I believe that's R.J. Bailey. The cost was $100,000. I think that's the one classroom that was listed in the original proposal. That's it.
Thank you, David. All right, so let me just make sure I have the most updated one. I have a resolution for the reopening plan. Okay.
Can you send us that resolution, Antoinette?
The other motion is already on the floor, right? For the pandemic coordinators?
Okay, yes, we have been. Okay, hold on. Let me send this one to, what we have here, to the board. You guys can see that one. All right, I have to go back into the other, all right, so for the pandemic coordinators, we just have
that one's there, but the new resolution or the resolution is not in the agenda.
I just said that.
Okay, thank you.
For the pandemic, and David's right, that was there. Thank you, Ivy. There actually is not a motion on it's not a motion on the floor for the pandemic coordinators. So if you guys need to take a look at the one that I just sent to you just now, if you could take a look at that.
Thank you.
And that's where I will be reading from.
Wait, so you withdrew the motion?
David, it never got a second.
Yeah.
I thought we did discussion on the motion after I seconded it.
Yeah, David,
Didn't we start as the discussion on the motion?
Yes, David seconded, and that started because we told Terry he had to wait for the second, and it was David that seconded. We didn't hear. So there was a motion on the floor.
Ivy, did you catch that?
Ivy, you're on mute.
Let me unmute. Okay.
That was for executive session.
Thank you, Ivy.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. So there's no motion on the floor right now?
No.
Nope. Okay. So I'm going to read the whereas for this is for the reopening plan. So whereas due to the threat, hold on for 1 second. Whereas due to the threat to public health caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Greenberg Central School District is required to comply with executive orders promulgated by the governor and directives issued by the New York State Department of Health and the New York State Education Department, which may be inconsistent with district policies and administrative regulations. And whereas during this period of time, to the extent that any district policy or administrative regulation is inconsistent with executive orders or directives of the DOH or SED, the district will be operating in accordance with those orders and directives. As well as the district's school reopening plan 2020 to 2021 reopening plan, prepared pursuant to executive orders and directives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that as recommended by the superintendent of schools, where any provisions of district policies and/or administrative regulations conflict with executive orders, BOH or SED directives, or the reopening plan, they are temporarily suspended to the extent necessary to comply with such executive orders, BOH or SED directives, and/or the reopening plan. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education supports the reopening plan as prepared and presented to the Greenberg Central School District community. Be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools is authorized to revise the plan as necessary to operate in accordance with executive orders and/or directives of the BOH or SED.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Now, let me go back to the other one. Okay, so now for the appointment of pandemic coordinators. Be it resolved that as recommended by the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following individuals to serve as COVID-19 coordinators for the 2020-21 school year.
So moved.
Wait. I wanted to finish reading one more time. COVID-19 safety coordinators are Dr. Tahira Dupree Chase, Dr. Corey W. Reynolds. School pandemic response coordinators per each building, ECP, is Dawn Mail and Kurt Romaine. Leah Jackson Elementary School, Patricia Simone, John Licio, and Michaela Tutoro. I hope I'm saying that name correctly. My apologies if I did not. Highview Elementary School, Gary Mastrangelo, Jennifer Gallagher. Richard R.J. Bailey Elementary School, Chipa Rossi. Will Washington, Martha Barada. Woodlands Middle High School, Matthew Smith, Tyrone Postel, Dean Parker, and Lena Newton. Okay.
Second.
Yep, Tracy had a motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the reopening plan and also our the pandemic coordinators.
Antoinette, I do have a question because we got this agenda very close to the meeting. Is there a place on the website where this agenda will be posted just so that people can see the coordinators? I know you're reading it, but sometimes it helps for people to see the agenda too, as well as the new resolution that you just read.
Madam President, now that this is approved, there's going to be a separate one-sheeter on the reopening so that everyone can see who the individuals are as well.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
The agenda is posted on board docs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so next up, scroll down. Okay, we have, wait, I'm sorry, I almost skipped something. Administrative building access. Dr. Chase has Board of Education.
So are you talking about the mansion? Is that the mansion access?
Yes, it's administrative building access, yes.
So the board received a report, a 115-page report on air quality at the mansion. yeah, we, you know, we have issues there. Mary O'Neill has been in contact with the environmentalist from the mansion. The resolution speaks to the need to wear a respirator while you are in the mansion. Mary, can you just speak to that a little bit more for me, please?
Sure, I spoke with Mr. Falcone and we verified with EnviroScience, the people who did the report, who we needed to report it to and what we needed to do. And he said we needed to either have a policy or a resolution stating that if anyone were to be in the mansion, they should be wearing a respirator. They need to wear a respirator.
See that? I really want to see that in writing. And I want to know who this person is. Is it the person that did the air quality for us recently, or is it another person?
This air quality was done within the last couple of weeks, and it was, we sent it to the board.
Who is it?
What Miss Carey is trying to ask, I think it was, it might have been in June sometime that we had a June or May that we had environment company come in and do some testing when we were talking about repairing and taking care of some of the areas that we could for the mansion, example for its roof. So is that the same or different companies?
I believe this is a different company, the company that was used for that, and I'll go look to see if I have the report here with me, but I will confirm if it's the same company or not.
I read their report. Their report says that the mansion is able to be utilized. People can be in the mansion. That's what their report says. And now we have another report by somebody that the board doesn't even know. I don't know. When did you all present those people to the board? I didn't know you were going to do another whole thing on the mansion again. At least I didn't. I can't speak for the entire board, but I know I didn't know.
Mary, is this the same group that's working with Bailey?
Yes, it is. And the group back in June were only testing for asbestos.
No, they were told to test for air quality as well.
That's right.
And, yeah.
Yes, indeed. And they did test for air quality. Okay, and I don't know what's going on here. I don't understand it. I really don't.
Internet.
Yeah.
Where is the information from this other group? I want to see it. Please make sure that it's in the packet so that I can read it.
I believe the name of the group is EnviroScience.
It was sent to the board email and it was in the packet as well. So the board has it.
My packet, because I have my packets right here and I haven't got nothing, Dr. Chase. Or I wouldn't be sitting here acting like an idiot if I had it.
Miss Carey, I apologize, but it was also emailed to the entire board almost a week ago, and it was also placed in the packet.
Well, I don't go into my emails, you know that, more than anybody else. So.
Okay. So the board has it.
Miss Tanya?
Let's just say members of the board have it.
Okay.
Tanya?
Yeah. So I actually had the opportunity to look at this report in detail. And the findings in this latest report that we have is that there is some mold, some certain level of mold spores, but that is actually below the level found outside. And that could be mostly mitigated by actually fixing the leaks in the mansion, which are a source of moisture and humidity. So that was one finding. So it didn't sound to me, it didn't say that this was a dangerous level of mold, since when you step outside the building, you're actually breathing in more mold spores than when you are in the building. And then there were certain, the other finding was that there were several organic compounds that were slightly higher than what is allowed. I think it's an EPA standard, and that could be mitigated by removing things that are currently stored in the basement. And that overall, what the building, needs, it was as a lot of our other buildings need, is better ventilation and to be fixed. So it's really unclear to me why now there's this very dramatic sort of announcement that you actually need a respirator to go into this building. It doesn't sound like that is the case at all, and I didn't see that in the report.
So Dr. Chase, I see your hands up. I just want to add, you'll probably address this too. What you're reporting, that EnviroScience said that respirators need to be worn for anyone who's in the building.
That is their recommendation. They made the recommendation after providing the report. What I am going to request is that the board have the person who conducted that report speak to them. I think that it will serve you all well to hear directly from the environmentalist what such findings were and why that recommendation is being made. I think that they can articulate that a lot better than I can, because they're the ones who conducted it. And I want to make sure that that we're following all the protocols and procedures.
I agree. Since they made the recommendation for the respirators not in the report, it would be great to hear directly from them. So thank you, Dr. Chase. David.
Okay, so I'm looking at the report, the summary, which is item 7. It says 2 things. Mold remediation is required in the areas and forest contents would need to be disposed. Remediation would require the services of a licensed mold remediation contractor and the development of a mold remediation plan by a licensed mold risk assessor. Elevated VOC concentrations, that's the organic compounds you're talking about, would be resolved by reducing the quantities of organic fuels and solvents within the basement storage area, that's what you said, and by installing an HVAC air handling system that improves building ventilation, including a fresh air intake system. So that sounds like money. And I know that there are things in the building conditions survey that have to do with that, and I'm wondering how much of them we have to implement. So yes, it's worth talking to the guy.
Oh, no, it's worth talking to him. And Mr. Falcone spoke to him, and I think Mr. Falcone is on this call. Mr. Falcone, are you on the call? I don't know, Ms. Dawson, did you let him in?
I don't remember him being, I've been letting everyone in who's rung in. I have not seen him do that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I thought Mr. Falcone was on. All right, I strongly suggest that this board speak to the gentleman who conducted the report so that you can have a more comprehensive understanding and you can have an understanding of what the concerns are. And then, and you can also have an understanding of what our obligation is.
Okay, so do we, are we tabling this issue? And then when can we actually meet with him? Like, when can he come?
Let me ask, Mary O'Neill, do you know when he can actually come?
I will check with Mr. Falcone right now. I know he's on the line. He might have a hard time unmuting himself.
I don't see his name.
He's not on the line.
He could be
unless he's using a different phone.
Maybe
I'm sorry.
His cell phone?
He might be on a phone, but let me reach out to him right now. When would the board like to meet?
If we could just find out when the EnviroScience team is available, we can work around that.
Okay.
So I'm not going to ask you to table that particular agenda item. And I am going to keep that agenda item on the agenda for a vote, because we were told to do this by the environmentalists. And I think that as a steward of the district, I'm going to follow the protocols.
Okay, let's see.
Antoinette, I have a question.
I'm sorry, Terry, go ahead.
Sure, just a short one. Dr. Chase, could you just repeat that last part? Because I didn't catch it. You said that there was some time element here?
We were told by the gentleman to have the board either have a policy or a resolution. I am not going to ask the board to table it. I am making the request to pass the resolution so that we are in compliance of what was told to us by an environmentalist.
Okay, great. I thought I heard you say something about a time element with that, but okay, thank you.
Madam President?
Yes.
Do you have a resolution to this?
I'm looking on the agenda, which is that's what I'm looking so we can pull it. I'm looking on the agenda now. I do not.
I thought it was B2.
I see the resolution right above the report and the agenda. Got Ivy emailed.
You said B2. Wait.
B2.
B2. Board action. Item 2, administration building access.
Yes. Okay. So I'm assuming, does anyone want that pulled for a separate vote?
I'm a little.
Tracy?
I was
just
saying,
want to know, were you answering the question, did you want it to be pulled from?
yeah, the reason why I asked if we were going to table it was because I heard Dr. Chase say we're going to hear from the guy that didn't put it in the report. So that's all. So that I was just trying to clarify.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carey?
I would like to table it until we speak to the gentleman, please, because we just got this today. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. So, regardless of what anybody says, this is the first time I'm hearing about it, okay? And I don't think I have.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Carey. My apologies.
I just said I would like to hear more from the people who made these, these determinations.
Okay, Terry?
So just for the sake of clarity, Antoinette, you're not asking, the resolution hasn't been seconded yet, right? So you're just asking if we want to table it, right?
Yeah, because I was gonna vote in a block all of these items under, there's a resolution for C1, but now that I'm hearing this discussion, I was going to pull it for separate vote.
Sure, okay, so I do not want to table it.
Okay. Ashley.
Can I make a suggestion? Since we do have a bit more to go through, can I suggest that we pull this from the general vote as a separate line item? And in the interim, maybe that will give sufficient time for Mr. Falcone to potentially get EnviroScience on the line so that we can just hash this out and get this resolved and move forward. But in the meantime, we can keep going with the rest of the agenda. I don't think there's any point in sitting here belaboring this if we don't have the info we need.
Can we also find out when Mr. Falcone reaches him if there's a time issue? If there is a time issue and we need to do it sooner than later, like we need to know so we, can move forward.
Is Mr. Falcone on? I think Mary, is he on now?
He is on. He's been on.
Where is he?
I'm confirming if
we've been having all these Falcone conversations. Where is he?
Without him.
What the?
right now, I know because he's texting. He's here. He can't raise his hand.
And I don't called in on the phone.
He
Is
called
917?
Is he one of the phone numbers?
He's one of the phone numbers. I'm finding out which one.
Is he?
Okay.
Can he be unmuted?
I'm finding out which phone number.
Antoinette, can you unmute that one at the end? It's not 917-965 is the last three numbers. Maybe that's him.
I can unmute it, but if he's been on this entire time and has had difficulty, I'm assuming that he could have texted someone to say he can't unmute himself.
Let's see. Is there a number ending in 4316?
No, I don't see a number ending in 4316.
I'm not Mr. Falcone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I don't see I don't see that number. I don't believe I didn't see his number from the beginning of the meeting, so I'm not sure if he was on.
Is he in the waiting room? No.
He can hear.
No one is in the waiting room.
Is he watching via YouTube?
Maybe that's what it is, because there's.
I don't think so. I don't know. Mary, is he watching via YouTube? I don't know.
No, he says he's in the Zoom call.
So there's one number in this Zoom call, which I was attempting to unmute, but someone said he is not Mr. Falcone. So thank you for saying that. And that number ends, I can only see 3 digits, 965. So that's not Mr. Falcone. Everyone else that is in here right now, other than Miss Carrie that has a number, everyone else is showing a name. So I don't see Mr. Falcone unless it's under someone else's name and I'm not aware.
I'm calling him now.
Okay.
Antoinette,
Yes.
can we continue with the rest of the agenda in the meantime?
Yes. So for now, I am going to.
Dr. Reynolds has his hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, everyone. I'm on the phone with Mr. Falcone now. He is actually using his mobile device. He's in the Zoom. He can hear, but he cannot unmute himself, nor can he see the chat, nor can he do anything else. So he's not visible on our tiles, but somehow he's able to view it. There's a view only mode, and that's probably what he's been allowed to do.
That is so strange. I've never heard of that.
Okay, Ms. Falcone, thank you.
So with Dr. Reynolds, are you able to put him on speakerphone and maybe we
Wait,
can
Mr. Falcone, it's being on speaker, so I'm going to put you to my computer, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Go ahead, Mr. Falcone.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi.
Yes, I've been listening to what you're talking about. Are we on Bailey School? Are we talking about Bailey School?
I guess for some people might want answers, but I guess Ashley posed a question. If I know it's a Saturday and it may not be available, but if it's possible for you to reach out to EnviroScience to see if there is someone that could join our call to ask questions. I'm going to pull or separate that that resolution and move forward with the rest of the agenda, but in the hopes that maybe someone could come on and join us just to answer some additional questions so that we can move forward with some other with answers if we can get it from them. So if you know if there's a way that
I would try to reach out to EnviroScience right now if I can get through to somebody. So you want them on this Zoom meeting?
Yeah, if they can, if you could just attempt to see that.
Let me get a hold of them now. I'm not going to be able to listen to the Zoom meeting. I just want to let you know. So, I'll hang up and I'm going to call him right now. And I'll get in touch with Dr. Reynolds since he got a hold of me. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Falcone. We appreciate that.
No worries. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay. All right. So for right now, again, I'm pulling that out. If you guys can follow down to the agenda for C1 for approvals. Am I? 1 second. Okay. So.
I apologize, Madam President. Please be reminded that we have a phone number that is unmuted.
Oh, I think that's Miss Carrie.
No, there's a number ending in 965.
Another one? Oh, yes. Well, that was the gentleman that said all right. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. All right. So is there a motion to approve the board action items except for B2 presented to the board for approval today?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Are we voting on this building access?
The motion is we're not. I pulled that separately. So I said except for B2.
Okay.
So I'll read it one more time. Is there a motion to approve the board action items except for B2 presented to the board for approval today?
Ivy has her hand up.
I'm sorry.
You can also exclude B1 since you already voted on that.
Yes, thank you, Ivy. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the board action items except for B1 and B2 to the board for approval today?
So moved.
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
We're not going to discuss B4? I have some questions around B4.
We're gonna go back up. All right,
That's
B4, Concord.
Yes. My question there is, I saw the breakdown for the itemized list of why the costs would have gone up. I'm just trying to understand, is that related to COVID-19 type communications, or what justifies that significant jump? It's almost double from last year.
Well, I'll be honest with you, we didn't fulfill the contract from last year, and I doubt that we'll do it this year. If you look at the contract, it was itemized, and it's itemized by photography, it's itemized by, attending different events. Those events are not going to happen this year. It's just, we're not going to have the same need for communication. When I spoke to the ladies, I spoke to them about crisis communication, which can definitely come up under this COVID year. Speaking with media, I'm constantly getting emails from, the news outlets. And while I can do it, it's always great to have someone to provide that crisis communication. I don't know why their costs went up. I'm assuming it's because the person who's assigned to us is going to be working remotely. But I will share with you that I doubt that we will be using the communication as we did in previous 2 years. If you notice, we used it less last year, and we haven't had anyone on contract since June. And the district is still communicating to its families and to the constituents and to the media. I don't think there's going to be as great a need with less activities happening in the schools. But it doesn't answer the question of why their costs went up. Doesn't answer the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, so we have a motion. I believe it was seconded, and we had discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Okay, I'm going to keep going to give, see if we can give Mr. Falcone some additional time. All right, board continuation, board goals. Dr. Reynolds, I know you were working on them and going to make some adjustments from the last time we met, which was pretty much almost a month ago.
Thank you very much. That was done. Your ideas were captured, and I have to thank Trustee Pineda, who did a lot of the legwork on putting those ideas together, capturing them in one place. I've submitted that to Dr. Chase, and I would like to turn it over to her.
Yes, and I also forwarded to the board in a Google Doc, so they received that in a Google Doc so that we can still work on it together live time, and the board also received it in their packet. They also received it as a Word document as well.
I'm on my Google Docs. I can't find the title of it. Can you just tell me what the title is so I can pull it up?
Probably recommended board goals.
Thank you.
So it should have a date. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, I saw someone, David, your hand.
Okay, so I have a question on focus area 3, align and articulate curriculum. And it has a couple of things. There was a sentence that I had put in there: adopt local means of measuring student achievement in literacy and numeracy during the COVID-19 health emergency, and set a baseline to measure future student improvement. That had been the input from the email that came from myself and Antoinette and Tracy. And in the meantime, I believe there were a more concrete set of goals from Dr. Reynolds. I believe that's listed at the bottom, recommended board goal. It talks about improving student achievement, and it goes test type by test type, including New York State tests. And Dr. Reynolds basically had drafted it such that we would skip a year because we had no state test last year, and say we want a 3% improvement in all of these standardized tests over what we had in our last measurement 2 years ago. And that was fine if we were going to have the state tests. And my thing was, I don't think there are going to be any state tests. And his was, I'm willing to commit to this, assuming there will be state tests. So his was better than mine, assuming we had the measuring tools. Since then, I've heard Dr. Chase talk about a number of superintendents getting together saying, hey, you know, not all of our different implementation plans across the state are created equal. So it may not be a good idea to have the state tests this year. So I believe that group is lobbying for that, which would put us back on the side of just having the local measurements. So I don't know, what does the administration recommend at this point? Which one should we go with?
Dr. Reynolds, I'll pitch that over to you. That's your domain.
All right, thank you very much. So if we are looking to use our measurement for progress monitoring as well as for growth, we would have no baseline on which to base the percentage of growth that we would like to see for our students if we stick with a strictly local measure. We can put into place anything that we would like for assessment for our students on a local measure, but that would be baseline data. It would have to be annual
Correct.
data, which we would look at where our students are coming in now and where they leave us in June. But again, that would not be able to be compared to any other point in time. So if we are moving as a state in the manner where we will not have standardized testing, which would be the only way we can measure growth of one cohort to the other, I would recommend that we would relook at our local measures, put into place what is necessary based on each academic area, what's agreed upon as valuable and as reliable by our instructional personnel, take that into consideration and make make a recommendation to the board, to the superintendent at that time, who will then make a recommendation to the board. The reason why we want to ensure that that is in place is we want to differentiate growth as compared to other years from growth from the beginning of this year to the end of this year. That could not be done unless we have a resolution that we're going into a hybrid model. If we were to come in, into a remote model, we need to understand where the board stands with that. Then we can make further recommendation.
So do we need more information before we decide what the goal will be?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Does anyone have any other questions in regards to any of the other focus areas, or questions about this particular focus areas as well?
I would suggest in looking back at focus area 1, there's a recommendation from Carlos Ramirez, and the main thing that he says that we don't is he references the technology plan. That's important. So I would move that. I would move that paragraph up to be like maybe bullet number 3, as opposed to being at the end. because that is a baseline that reflects a plan, a multi-year plan that has been worked on for a long time. So it doesn't belong just at the end. It should be moved up a little bit.
So David, on that one, there's a little overlap because bullet number 3 actually starts talking about the district-wide technological infrastructure.
Right.
If I remember what happened here is we put in bullet 3, and then Mr. Ramirez provided his input, which largely overlaps a lot of what we said. And when we talked about it last time, it was okay, let's just add everything. And then presumably today, we will, dissect that and cut it up as needed so that's one succinct paragraph.
Right. So his is more of the summary then, right, of everything that was said?
On a high level, his is more summarized, and then ours actually goes in with a little bit of his feedback, diving deeper.
So would it make more sense to either take it out completely, or if we want it nicely summarized, to put that at top and then have the specifics underneath?
Yeah, it's got to go towards the top.
I agree.
Okay. All right, Dr. Reynolds, I see you're editing it and it live, so thank you so much for doing that. Okay. Any other focus areas? Okay. All right, no other focus areas. So everyone, we're no questions about it. We're feeling good about our board goals. All right. So
with the exception of that one thing, we have to figure out what to do about goal 3, and we need to figure out when will we know.
So thank you very much, Trustee Warner. We won't know until the state makes a recommendation that we will not have state testing. So outside of that, I'm sorry, am I not answering your question?
No, you're going. Go ahead. Keep going.
You are.
No, so at this point, the state education department intends to have state recommendation. State assessments. So in light of that, I think our goals should reflect that until the state makes a determination that they are not, and then we can revisit that goal.
Okay, so let's, in other words, if we want to pass this so we can kind of move forward, why don't we use your current paragraph, delete mine, adopt local means, and just drop your paragraph right in there. And if the state comes back and abolishes their test for the year or puts off their test for the year, we'll come back and switch it back and we'll revise the goals. Okay, so do that.
Yeah, we can always revise, especially under a situation like this where we're waiting for additional feedback from the state. Okay, so that was, we talked about, let me see, that was goal, focus area 1, focus area 3. Anything else from the other areas? Okay. Hearing none, and Dr. Reynolds did switch things around, and he is doing it. Okay. All right. So the other area, committees. I believe that's in here too. So in your Google Drive as well. That one is 2020 through 2021 committee suggestions.
So, Antoinette.
Okay, I'm with you, Tanya. I have it open.
Yeah, so I took your recommendations and mine and combined them. I looked at what other districts do in terms of committees. You have districts that have 2. Most districts have 4 or 5. And so I made I made the suggestions, I made alternative suggestions, and also kind of told you about some of the other stuff that that I saw. Yes.
I'm just trying to understand, your final list is the 7 that's here at the top?
Yeah, so the final,
Okay.
this is not necessarily my personal opinion. This is just based off of all the input that I got from you and Antoinette and our last conversation. So this is the final list. We're very committee heavy. We could talk about maybe getting rid of 1 or 2 committees or somehow combining them. Some districts also, I noted at the bottom that some districts do have standing committees, and then they have ad hoc committees, so that you know, you can always, if there is a need for it, you can always create a committee for the particular need and then disband it once the need is fulfilled. So what the interesting thing is I found that most districts have 4 or 5, and they break them down really almost according to what we just discussed, which is the board goals: education, finance, facilities, policy, and personnel. That's like the simplest breakdown of committee structures. So ours, according to, again, our last conversation, is a little more complicated, and we've added things like safety and technology, community engagement, which a lot of districts do have. Some call it public relations. So anyway, this is it. I don't know if anyone wants to comment, if anyone has anything to add.
All right, Terry.
The document that I'm seeing is 2020, 2021 committee suggestions. So the one at the top, that's the final suggestions, right?
Yes, it's called final suggestions. Yeah, I hope I didn't get the date wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I see all the other things at the bottom. So
yeah, I kind of put my sort of the final at the top so that you guys wouldn't have to toggle down. But the rest of the discussion is basically kind of towards the bottom. Yeah.
With summary of what other people put in and other
suggestions. Correct. Yeah.
So so this is 7 committees.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And you wrote next to them board and district, which is helpful for me because I know we have that kind of broken down that way.
We have it broken down that way, yes.
Did we get clarification? I do see that question at the bottom about the health and wellness, or a wellness committee, and whether or not legally that is or was required anymore?
I did not. Is Larry still
Does anybody
on this?
know?
No, I believe, even though like NISBA's information does say, even though the information does say that I got from NISBA in regards to, hold on for 1 second, I'm trying to get back. I'm sorry, I need to get back to my email. I believe it is there was one other thing I want to say. Hold on, I'm just looking for an email from Ivy. Okay, wellness. All right, so we have our board policy, which is 56661. It really pretty much essentially talks about it talks about us having a board policy on wellness. 661. Let me look for that.
So is it sufficient to have a policy but not a committee? Because that would be helpful to know.
A school that promotes and protects children's health, well-being, and abilities learned by fostering healthy eating and physical activity before, during, and after school day. The district has established a wellness committee that meets at least 4 times per year to establish goals for and oversee the development of the district's local wellness policy. The committee will make policy recommendations for review and adoption by the board, the district Wellness Committee includes, but is not limited to, representatives from each of the following groups. It names several parents and career caregivers, students, physical education teachers, school health professionals, district food service programs, school board, school administrators, general education, and members of the public. Again, it just goes on to discuss the District Wellness Committee will also be responsible for assessing current activities, programs, and policies, and policies. In doing so, the Wellness Committee will evaluate and make recommendations which reflect the specific needs of the district and its students. The superintendent will designate a district wellness coordinator to convene the District Wellness Committee in order to facilitate the development of and any proposed updates to the district wellness policy, and will ensure the district's compliance with this policy. So to me, reading our policy, it is saying we need to have a wellness committee. And we actually will need, to have a district coordinator to make sure, a wellness coordinator to ensure that we are in compliance with the policy as well.
Antoinette, I have a question.
Yes.
I know you guys were just talking about wellness. I have a question about Tanya's list, but just to keep this, the conversation moving forward, do you want to finish discussing that one first before I bring up my questions and concerns? You want to finish that first? Okay. So if you could just remember to pivot back to me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. And if I'm sounding slow, I don't know what's happening. I am becoming ill as the meeting progresses. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna keep doing my best to keep moving forward.
Do you want to can we take a break at some point, Antoinette? Because it's been 2.5 hours.
If anybody wants to take a break,
that might help.
That would be fine.
Can we take a 10-minute break so you can kind of, if you need to lay down or get water or whatever, and whatever else we need to do, please.
Yes, if it's okay with the rest of the board, if we can take a break.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Ivy, do I have to say that we're on break? Well, we're taking a 10-minute break. then I'll feel better. But I appreciate your patience. Ivy, I think, let me just see some more board faces pop in. Let me see, Miss Carrie, are you back with us? Who else I don't see?
I'm back.
Okay, good. Tracy, David, okay. All right. Okay, so the wellness committee is a have to have. As far as I guess my only question is, I have one question. I think Terry, I got to come back to you. Terry, let's go back to you first. I guess I did have a question just about not the education. Yes, to the education and wellness. Education is a board committee. There's one more that I feel like that's like that. Let me land my head on it. Oh, the other one is, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. So that, I think that's the only one that I think might be in conflict, and I'm not sure you can have two different, a board and a district committee the same. Terry, I know you had something.
Yes, thank you. So where do I begin? I guess the first thing I would ask is, I know the last time we talked about this, Tanya, you said that you checked some other districts and you kind of got a, for lack of a better term, best practice. But I also requested if you could tell us which districts you received this information from. I asked for a citation, and I don't see that here. I know we threw around some other things, for instance, when we were talking about policy manuals and the like, we cited Brewster's, we cited Dobbs Ferry. For me, just saying that a lot of people are doing it isn't good enough for me. I learned a long time ago that everybody's doing it is not necessarily the right prescription for how one should operate. So if we could get some citation on that would, as I asked, that would be helpful. Obviously, one thing I'm concerned about is I see here we have legislative and policy, and then we have governmental relations, which, I don't understand the legislative part of policy. So if you could possibly explain that, that would illuminate some stuff for me. I think in a previous discussion, we were saying governance and policy because the governance committee could take on some of the, could make some of the policy recommendations to the full board. But that brings up my other point about the lack of the governance committee here, which is something that we had implemented a while ago and something that is somewhat unique to our district. Again, I don't necessarily feel the need to follow the mold. And, when I've spoken with other people in educational circles, whether it's the Westchester Putnam School Board Association, in which I serve, or the Black School Board Member Caucus, when I mention our governance committee, I always get a, hey, that's an interesting concept. I even think, and Larry, I hate to put you on the spot, I think when we were either interviewing you or spoke to you at some point, you even cited that, hey, I hadn't heard of that, but that's a good idea. And just for the people gathered, the community members, just so that you know what the governance committee is about, it's about our own board governance, our own operations, because in the many years that I've been a board member, one thing that I have noticed is that somehow the way we operate our meetings changes with who is the president, and that is not a good way to operate. We should have a standard operating procedure, if you will. So that was part of the reason for doing that. So again, I'm open to obviously modifying it because, everything can be improved and improved upon and modified. But at its core, what I see here is a little unclear because legislative implies governmental relations. So why would we have two committees potentially doing the same thing? Legislative and policy is not necessarily the same thing unless you're using legislative in another way, not legislating laws or having, relations with our legislators. So if you could clarify that. And again, to my colleagues, I would say, please reconsider the the governance committee. And again, the last point I'll make is this. One of the things on the agenda, next on the agenda, is we're going to talk about we're going to do our own board evaluation. That is something that came out of the governance committee framework. In our meetings years ago, we decided, hey, we need to take a look at how we operate so that we can improve. And at another time when that committee was running more efficiently, that is what we came up with. And that is a core exercise that we engage in, or at least attempt to engage in every year. And it came directly out of discussions in the governance committee.
Okay, so can I respond to that or?
Yeah, sure, Tanya.
Right, so I obviously don't believe that we have to follow any particular model than our own. I think that I just basically did a search to see how other school districts do it, because you can always learn from others. Sometimes people do worse than you, sometimes better. So it's just as an example, more, that might guide our discussion more than anything else. I did look at the NYSBA handbook. I did call NYSBA. I Googled as many districts basically as I could. I tried to see if there were any recommendations. I really couldn't find any. I was kind of surprised that there were not more documents out there to help boards decide, which committees they may need or want, or how to organize. So that's why what all of this that I put down are just basically my suggestions, and they're all up for discussion.
Thank you, Tanya. So
that's kind of the source. Can I just finish? So the legislative and policy, actually, I just took that was just Antoinette's language. I didn't want to, I was trying to incorporate the various suggestions. So it could be governance and policy. I mean, I know that all boards do self-evaluations, because as I was going through these different websites, I saw that they actually have them posted on their websites. And I think just my last and maybe my most important point is that I think we have too many committees. I think this is one of the problems, is that we're kind of spread too thin. So that I would like us to be maybe a little more focused and bring the numbers down. That's just my suggestion.
So I have a follow-up, if I could answer that.
Yes.
Sure. I'm sorry. Are you not hearing or not seeing when my hand is up? Or
Terry, I was looking in the waiting room. I just let someone in.
Okay. All right. No, I just want to make sure. So, if I had to do something else, so that's all I meant. So thank you for that, Tanya. Actually, I agree with you when you say we're probably spread too thin. But I guess my point that I would make to you specifically on that is, so by what framework do we have that discussion about the span of committees, if you will? And again, that's a governance issue, and I think we need a framework with which to have that conversation. And again, if Antoinette is using legislative as a synonym for governance, I'm okay with that. I mean, I like precise language personally, but I just want to make sure if we still have that mechanism. And I guess the question I have for you, Antoinette, is, are you using legislative as a synonym for governance, or are we just saying we don't need a governance committee?
I am saying that let me look down at all of my suggestions. I might have actually, let me see. I think I actually was using legislative as legislative, like the work that you would do when you would engage and build relations and communicate with other local officials. That's how I was using it. The point is, number one, let me say I appreciate Tanya trying to pull it together. There wasn't many people that that provided input in regards to our committees. And so I appreciate that Tanya did definitely try to put whoever suggestions that she received, whether it was in writing or whether it was conversation. I think at this point, right, Tanya did a lot of work to kind of work together on that, just as we've done in any prior retreat. I think we should have the ability to kind of go through, look at them, and make changes. I mean, I'm not tied to legislative and policy. It could be governance and policy. I just know for the last 2 years or so, it hasn't really been functioning where it needs to be, because we are sort of spread, apart as well. So if we could just kind of go through them and see what at least get a sense of what are we good with as a board, and this way we can go back if anything that we need to have further discussion on, that we can take a look at that. So right now we know audit is required. It is what it is. That's a board. That's a board committee. Safety and technology. Does anybody have issue with those two being combined?
Yeah, my only comment on those two is they're both large. They have a large
topics. Yeah.
I mean, I remember I was on both of those, and both of those would routinely run out of time, not because we were being inefficient. There was just such a large amount of topics to cover. So I'm fine with combining them. The only thing I think we're going to have to be cognizant of is if we do combine those two, I fully expect that we either are going to A, need to extend the duration of those meetings, or B, need to meet more frequently. That's the only comment I have on that one. But I'm fine with combining them. I just think that they're going to get a little longer in some shape or form.
Thank you, Ashley. Terry, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. So with regard to safety and technology, I'm going to probably be the dissenting voice here on a few of these. I don't know if we need a safety and technology committee. And my thinking is this: safety is handled at the school, at the building level, or the administrative level, I think. And I'm kind of thinking this through. I'm saying this as I'm thinking it through. And I think the same thing with regard to technology. I think the board's role with that is we hear what the administration says we need with regard to safety, and we decide whether or not if we're going to finance it. I'm really simplifying it, obviously. The same thing with technology. Some of us bring in expertise. I mean, if we had a safety officer among us, he or she could bring in expertise. And, we have a few techies on our board, and they help. But I don't know if I see if there's a lot of added value from a board perspective there. That's what I'll say about that.
Thank you. Anyone, any other thoughts on safety and technology?
I think I would sort of actually agree with Terry on that one. And so, but I would defer to Ashley because we had these two committees previously, and I just want to hear from him whether he thought that it was actually helpful to have a committee, or if maybe that's something that is superfluous and could be cut in the interest of actually bring down the number of committees.
Actually, let me jump into, because I was on the chair of the safety committee. I personally, as a building response team leader at my school for the whole entire building, I found it to be helpful that there was a safety committee. There were quite a few things that that we did attempt to address, and really did attempt to understand in regards to all of the buildings. We worked with all of the, not all attended, but all of the administrators were part of the committee. We were able to, one, as a whole, look at, let's say, safety cameras, how many more we needed. Did we need to change them and to put it different places? We were very aware of, we talked about a variety of ideas. I think and I might be calling it the wrong thing because I can't think of the name now, but there is I think a district-wide, it's not called the safety plan, emergency plan, I believe, that actually was outdated for quite a while. And that's something that we needed to update. So in my opinion, I do believe that a safety committee is needed. Ashley?
Yes, thank you. So I would say my opinion from being on both of them is we absolutely do need them. And the reason I think that we need them is going back to the core principle of what I understand the reason is for a committee, right? A committee is to dive into the details and get that dialogue going between the administration and the board on what the board thinks we need, what the administration itself thinks needs to be done. Any expansion upon those topics, try to get through some of the meat and potatoes in those committee meetings. That way, when we present information back to the board, the committee's findings, recommendations, we've done a lot of that legwork and gotten through that to try to keep our board meetings as efficient as possible when it comes to those things. And definitely on the committees that I've been in, and that's all of the ones that I've been part of, I have felt that has been the driving principle. So I absolutely think that both the safety and technology do need to be committees. And I'm fine again with consolidating them if need be.
Any other board members who have not spoken? David?
I think that there's a lot of information that's been provided by the administration in the technology committee meetings. And there's just a lot of depth. And if you want to understand how to make the high level decisions, it's necessary to dive in a little bit. So I've found the technology committee to be useful, and the safety committee is absolutely necessary.
Any other board members that have not spoken? All right, Terry, I think your hand is up.
It is, thank you.
Okay.
So actually, Dave, thanks for that. That was helpful, that last part of what you said. But Antoinette, let me just back up for a second, consider your comments. So you obviously, I think you were speaking in two roles that you play. Correct me if I'm wrong. So in your educational professional life, you serve in a role as a safety person at your building,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did I correct that? Okay. So and then after that, did you also, okay, let me rephrase. I'm thinking too fast here. So I think obviously as a professional who had this responsibility, you were responsible for making sure that certain things are in place. And certainly you bring a level of expertise to the board in that area, among other areas. But with that said, is it the board's role to if I heard you correctly, inspect buildings to see where there are blind spots, and again, I wasn't clear if you were saying you were referring to your professional life or if you did that here at GCSD as part of the safety committee, because I got to tell you, if we have blind spots and cameras aren't in certain positions, that's something that the administration is responsible for, and I would expect them to do. I think our role, and I don't know if a committee is necessary, our role would be, Antoinette as a a administrator in New York City with expertise in safety, says to the school board, hey, what's the deal with our cameras? What's the, is everything, are all the doors, what's the deal with our safety, very broadly? And then it would be the administration's responsibility to implement that and then come back to the board. I don't know if a committee is the necessary framework for that. So that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Thank you.
Can we move on? I was gonna say, can we move on to the next one?
Yes.
Excuse me, Antoinette, if I could just ask one other question. So it's a procedural thing more than anything. So we're going to just have a discussion on all of them and not make a decision, right?
We're going to get consensus on what the committees are. We need to finalize this today so that we can move forward and move on.
Sure. So are we going to get consensus on each one first, or are we going to have a discussion on all of them first and then get consensus?
As far as safety and technology, I understand that Terry is not in agreements with it. I understand that Tanya is not in agreements with having them. David is supportive of it. Ashley is. I am. Tracy, where do you stand?
I'm in support of it, sorry.
Ms. Carey?
You're muted, Ms. Carey. Can we unmute her?
I'm gonna unmute her right now, maybe she. Ms. Carey?
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Next one.
Antoinette, I just wanted to say to you that I mean, I don't want to beleaguer the discussion, but another way to combine it would be facilities and safety, because those two are linked. And I don't know, again, if you and Ashley, having been on these committees, think that might be a better way of doing it.
Right now, I hear you. I'll put a pin in that, but we're gonna move forward. We got safety and technology, community engagement, and communications.
Or public relations.
Public relations.
I mean, I think
Tracy and then David.
I think David's hand up was first. I'm sorry.
And my hand was second.
Okay, so I think that the CEC and the Communications Committee used to be one committee. We split them out. If we want to reduce that back to fewer committees, that's fine. It will work. I've seen it work before.
Wait, David,
I would make
again.
the name a little shorter. I think we should call it Community Engagement and Communications, and leave off the PR. The PR is assumed as a subset of communications.
That was an alternative.
It's a prettier word. We'll say that.
Okay, David, I missed what you said. You said this community engagement and communications used to be together before?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So just call it CEC, but it'll be community engagement and communications, period.
Okay. Terry, Tracy after.
Thank you. So with regard to community engagement and communications or public relations is an administrative function. Again, Dr. Chase and her administrators work with the PR agency to further the goals of the district. I don't know what value the board may add there. I think in general, what I'm going to say here is that certainly anything that the administration is not responsible for is probably the board's duties. And that's my phone. Hey, Niall, can you pick that up, please? Sorry, folks. Folks, I'm sorry. Call me back, please. So the point that I was making, in anything that comes that isn't clearly the administration's responsibility, probably falls to the board, just in a general framework. So with regard to community engagement in particular, something that we've had for a while, it was started by my former colleague, Monique Haygood. kept going very, very well by David. But I think community engagement should be primarily task-oriented. For me, many times it seems as though it is a second board meeting, which, for lack, I don't think I don't think that's particularly helpful, but, I view it as something that those members, because it's a district committee and it would have people who are not on the board, I think this would be a perfect committee to help further some of the goals that we have. So, for instance, I would have liked to have seen the community engagement committee play a role with the bond issue, as far as helping to spread the word and get the word out. Fortunately, we did have a citizens group that formed around it and helped. But again, it is something that also would be a nice device for the board to have to get that done. So I want to see us keep the community engagement committee, obviously, but to narrow its focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And I think when whoever is the chair and the board and the other board members are on there, along with the rest of the committee, what is the word? It's out of my head. Not the task, because you said the word task, so you got it in my head. Task. It's not the task. The goals, or yes, the goals of that committee is usually developed about. Yeah, it's usually developed. So I'm pretty sure that will take care of that. So we have community engagement and communications. Anyone, David, how do you feel? Well, you said that you're fine with going back to, because it used to be that way before, community engagement and communication.
Sure. So I just wanted to make a comment, if I may. I'm sorry, David.
Go ahead.
After you.
No, I just was gonna say I'm in agreement with it.
Yeah.
The superintendent makes charges for district committees.
Charges.
And so all the comments that are happening right now, the superintendent, I'm sure, is listening, and we'll adopt a set of charges for committees.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that I do again agree with Terry that since I was on this committee, that it often just becomes a second kind of more informal board meeting, and that I would personally rather have it as an ad hoc committee to address specific needs when we have them, and again, diminish the number of committees that we have and engage people more specifically through the other committees, rather than having them show up here where they just get a rehash of everything else, which really they should be getting during the board meetings, and then go to these more kind of specific committees to get their information on whatever it is that interests them.
Okay, I think that should also be handled in the charges, but David, go ahead.
Okay. What had happened and the way the meetings were run had to do a lot with there being lots of people who wanted to provide more feedback than the board had time for in their regular board meetings. So we would have these marathon sessions of lots and lots and lots of people attempting to get their points across, and not feeling like they were being listened to. So the original mission of the CEC was to provide this reciprocal chain of communication in which people could have more time to provide their public feedback, and then I would feed that back to the superintendent each month, and there would be questions and task lists and all that sort of thing. And I was trying to increase the communication there to take some of the pressure off the main board meeting.
Okay. Anyone new who has not spoken about this community engagement and communications have anything to share in regards to this committee? Ashley, Miss Carrie, Tracy, I see your hand. Tracy? Tracy?
I don't know. I'm having connection issues. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So I think, oh my God, I don't know what page I'm on. I'm trying to get back to the screen. I think the suggestion was to combine, I don't know what was said because I was kicked off for the
To
last few
combine
minutes. I'm
community
sorry.
Tracy, to combine community engagement and
Yes.
communications. That's it.
Yeah, and I think the suggestion was made from my understanding, because there was some concern that the community is not getting engaged enough. I know I've voiced concern myself about the Community Engagement Committee actually making a little bit of a change to actually go out and grab community members and actually try to have them involved more in the school district. I know, David, I emailed you a list of people that were professional in the community that could maybe come into the schools, work with our high school students on careers. There's a lot of different ideas that I have with regards to really going out and engaging multiple within our community. And so I definitely think we need that committee, but I'm wondering how do we change that committee a little bit, the structure of it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we need to have it as a standalone committee. I think if we kind of incorporate it into going out, like, and I guess that would be public relations, but again, I missed the conversation before, so I don't know if I'm being repetitive.
Tracy, it's just communication right now. It's just community engagement and communications. And what I was trying to say, as far as the charges, each committee should have charges each year saying what they are going to do and what they're going to focus on. So if like Terry brought up how he and Tanya brought up how, you know, how it's sort of been functioning and maybe not really believing in that's been the most effective way. It all comes back to what are the charges of that committee and how they are being implemented. So just to, I hear what everybody's saying. I think everybody has to remember each committee has charges, and the chair's job, along with the district representative or vice versa, needs to make sure that those charges are being implemented. So that's what I was saying.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like.
Thank you. That makes sense. So I agree with that. Thank you.
No problem. Terry, and then if Miss Carrie, if you have something to say, or Ashley as well afterward. Terry.
Thank you. So just for clarification, the CEC was not formed to be another outlet for the community concerns. It was formed to be to mobilize the community for
involvement.
For involvement in particular things, in specific instances that we, or for specific projects, if you will, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
You can, if I don't want to throw anything on Ivy, but if Ivy can look it up at some point, if we need to. Short of that, I'm sure we could get Monique Haygood, who was the first chairman of that committee, to come and discuss that. But that was the original format of the committee, and it has evolved into what it is now, obviously, but that was not the original intent.
All right, thank you. David, I'm gonna let you go, then I need to go back to two people who have not spoken. Go ahead.
So the CEC was actually around under the name of Community Relations Committee, and then we changed the name of it. So that takes us back to Chuck Bronze and Lloyd Newland. So if you want to go historical, we have to go even further back. But I think the important thing is, what do we do going forward? And that's going to be a discussion for the superintendent's charges, which will happen, I think, as an additional step.
Thank you. Miss Carrie or Ash, I don't see Ashley now. Maybe we lost him, but Miss Carrie, do you have any thoughts? See, I don't see Ashley.
No, none whatsoever. I'm just listening. They all seem to be, practically the same types of committees that we've had in the past. Some function and some don't. So I'm just listening.
Okay, unless it's just me, I don't see Ashley. We might have lost him.
Yeah, I had gotten kicked off for a few minutes, so he may have been booted off.
Yeah,
I don't see him there.
Yeah, I don't see him. Maybe he'll. Let me look at my phone. Nope, I don't have a message. Maybe he'll come back. He might have been booted off. Okay, so as far as this, community engagement and communications. David, again, you're in agreement with it?
Yep.
I am. Tracy, your thoughts as far as with how it's structured here? Not forget about the public relations part. Oh, Tanya already took it off.
I
Okay.
took it out.
Good.
All right, community engagement and communication. Okay, Terry, you're saying you don't think we have a need for it, right?
No, I didn't say that at all. I just said that I think we need, in fact, I said we needed it, but I said that we needed to refocus it back to what it was intended, task oriented, to kind of use the words that Tanya used,
Okay.
very focused exclusively on certain tasks.
All right, so back to what the charges of the committee. Tanya, are you two are still the same? We can have it, but focus on the task and how the charges will be developed?
Yeah, I think if we were to keep it, I would definitely change the charges for it to be really topic-based, given, on a need-based rather than just kind of a general venting session.
Okay. I still don't see Ashley, so it seems like we're all on the same page, but with a real focus on what the charges are.
Ashley said he's reconnecting, so he got booted.
All right. Well, we might come back to that just to hear Ashley. So the legislative and policy, again, I meant legislative. I'm fine with it being governance. So yes.
Okay.
So again, I know you meant legislative, Antoinette, but how then does the governmental relations differ from that? Because I mean, I think we agree that the legislative part is important, but
some of them are combined. I don't remember having that separate. Like, I don't remember doing both of them, but I know I remember putting legislative and policy together. So there may be some combinations. So,
but I'm not talking about combination. I'm talking about overlap, because
Terry, if you could, okay, wait, could you stop for a second? Because this is what I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I have to, let me look at my list. Maybe it's just me. Let's see. So if you look at my list of suggestions, right? If you go down, I see I have legislative and I don't have governance there. So what I'm saying is, I think it's just it's sort of a combination. Like, that's not mine, the governmental relations on its own. Mine was legislative and policy. I've now said I'm totally fine with it being government and policy. I'm fine. So there's no debate over that. Now I'm just trying to get.
I just saw the change was just made, and I mean, I was just going with what I had.
But if you look down at my suggestions, you will see that I don't even have governance there. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, like, it's not debatable.
All right. Okay, fine. Got it.
All right. So governance and policy, does anybody have any disagreement with that taking place and happening?
I think most boards have a policy committee, and I think that, calling it governance and policy, I think is, why not? I mean, I think it's one of these standard committees where you have to go over board policies. So I'm completely with that one.
Okay. Anyone not completely with it? Your silence to me means you're okay with it. Anyone not fine with governance and policy? All right. Oh shoot, somebody's in the, yes, I'm moving on from that one. Finance and facilities, or Tanya, did you mean just, it should be finance and operations or finance and facilities?
So I just saw that some districts call this type of a committee that combines finance and facilities, they just call it operations. And
Oh, okay.
that's also, it's just an alternative name. When I say or something, I'm just giving you an alternative name that kind of combines the two terms.
All right, thank you, Tanya. I appreciate that. David.
I think finance and facilities is more descriptive. People who are familiar with the previous committees will have an easier time understanding what the meetings are about. So I would opt for finance and facilities.
Terry.
Yes, thank you. I would ask to separate those two because finance.
Separate committees?
Yeah, because facilities, facilities is its own animal, and yeah, it relies certainly on finance to upgrade them and keep them in the state that we want them to be in. But finance also is such a separate entity and obviously very important. And this kind of goes back to what Ashley was saying when he was talking about safety and technology. Those meetings were so long because you have these two disciplines that require so much input, and they have their, so much, they're so different. So I agree that we need both of these. I don't disagree about finance or facilities. I just don't think they should be combined.
Okay, Tracy, I saw your hand after Terry's.
Yes, I was going to say I thought it was a great idea. I was a member of both committees, and so I like the idea of combining both.
All right. I still don't see Ashley in here. So we have.
I'm here.
Oh, Ashley, your thoughts on. So we have a couple of things. There was a proposal for changing the name to operations. That's gone. I see off the list. So it's still finance and facilities. Terry has said he thinks it may need to be separated. Tracy thinks they should stay combined. David, do you think they should stay combined?
I think we should try combining them, and if it doesn't work out, we'll revisit it in a year.
I agree.
Okay, Ashley, that's where we're at.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Tanya.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see how that would work. Yeah.
Miss Carey.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with however you all decide to do it.
All right, I have David combined, Tracy combined, Ashley combined, Tanya combined. Okay, combined. Moving on. Next one, education and wellness.
So can I just make a pitch for this one, which has to do with the next one, which is personnel and students. I thought that it would serve us well to basically have a separate committee, which would be a board only, not open to the public committee on personnel and students, so that we could truly, discuss issues that come up during the year, and have the education and wellness, because these are really combined concepts that would be open to the community. And what I found, being the chair of the Education and Personnel Committee, which we had last year, is that we actually never got to personnel. We had so much to talk about in terms of education, and that often segued into wellness and the socio-emotional learning. And so I thought that we could kind of break out the two and combine them, kind of crisscross them. So that was the reasoning for that.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. The fact, okay, so, and anybody can weigh, the fact that our board policy says that we have a policy on a wellness committee, the superintendent must appoint, and that, please, if, don't hold me to the word appoint, I can't remember the policy by heart, but I believe the superintendent has to appoint a district wellness coordinator. I feel like it should be on its own wellness. That's my thought. Any other?
Sorry, just to clarify, you were saying to have separate an education committee and then separate a wellness committee just because of the appointment in general, or because of like the charge?
The policy seems like that really should be on its own, because if you combine it now, I mean, I guess a wellness coordinator could work on that team, but it seems like to me they're two very different functionings. And so when I think about the charges, I think the charges will be, very different. There may be some overlap, but I think from what Tanya's description is, to me, it feels like it's two different committees.
So what is wellness to you, actually? What is our definition of wellness? I thought that was kind of socio-emotional learning.
I know when I was on the wellness committee, not the last school year, but the year before then, so 2019, we would discuss actually also food and vendors and various legislation that would come down. I know, is Mary still on the call? She's not on. Oh no, she's right here. Mary, I don't know if you want to explain more of what was done last year, the 1920, because I wasn't on that committee because Mary was the chairperson, but there are other things that happen other than social emotional learning on there. I agree with combining education and wellness, because that piece of what we did on wellness wasn't that large, and combining it with education would help us to address, which we're focusing on it with this post-COVID environment, social emotional education all within wellness. So I like the combination. So if I could hear from Mary, that would be helpful, one. And then two, this does though bring up the issue of the questions that I put at the bottom, which were if we could join mandated committees or committees that must be held, if we can join those or not.
I think we can, because I've seen, for example, other districts combine audit and finance. So,
okay, so legally that's not an issue.
So
I'm
I
glad to
assume that
know.
legally, since I've seen, I guess I'm assuming they're not breaking the law.
Is Larry still here, the lawyer?
No, he is not. But just to give, like, if you look at policy, let's see, 5661, there's a list of people that should be representatives from each group within our community. So that's one thing. It does say you could meet, 4 times a year. So I guess I'm assuming they're not, the wellness portion of it isn't going to be meeting on a monthly basis, or however, it chooses to. So I guess that can work, but they do have specific areas that for goals to promote in this committee. So it's student wellness. It names multiple things: nutrition, promotion and education. It talks about marketing and promotion, additional, there are additional provisions. I mean, it's a pretty well-developed policy. Physical activity, it talks about other school-based activities. So there's a variety of things here that this committee would focus on: nutrition guidelines, professional development all around school nutrition programs, things like that, and implementation and evaluation of the wellness policy. So those are just some of the things. It's very detailed. There's of this policy. There even is a focus on record keeping, specifically how we must demonstrate how we implemented the policy and things like that. So again, this says it could meet a few times of the year, but it has a direct list of the people that should be on that committee. So we'll move forward. My only worry, here's my only worry, and I don't know if maybe David or Terry or even Dr. Chase can chime in, or even Dr. Reynolds.
Dr. Reynolds, yeah.
If you have this committee that's education, right, that is saying that it's education, and its focuses on matters that we could not discuss, right, in public, and then you combine it with this wellness committee, can you then say, hey, today we're going to talk about student A? Can you now say, well, the wellness portion of it, those members cannot attend?
Can I had asked to hear from Mary too. I know you just asked Dr. Chase, Terry, and I don't even remember everyone you asked to chime in, but is it possible to hear from Mary? Because maybe Mary might have an opinion about it that may make sense with whether or not to combine it too. So that I was wondering if we could still hear from her also.
That's totally fine. My question is based on people having the right to be a part of a committee where we will be discussing students or possible staff. So maybe Dr. Chase or Dr. Reynolds, if you could just chime in about that.
Are we on the personnel and students? Or are we on the education and wellness? That's the part.
Education and wellness.
I don't.
Okay, education was. I'm sorry.
So those committees should not be speaking about personnel particular, nor should they speak about particular students. That is a no-no. Secondly, those committees should be open to public. Public, maybe not comments, but definitely public as spectators. So I want us to be very, very careful. I don't know if Dr. Reynolds, if you want to add more to that as it relates to education. And the last thing before you go is that committees are designed to make recommendations, not decisions.
Yes.
So I have to be careful about the content, which is why when I write the charge, I write it very, very strategically so that you guys don't get yourselves into trouble talking about things that you really shouldn't be talking about in a committee setting. All right, Dr. Reynolds, I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Thank you very much, Dr. Chase. So board committees, subcommittees are designed for board representation, along with specified public representation, whether it's through an election, through a recommendation of a board member. With the exception of personnel, all board committees are for public consumption, which means they can be telecasted live or recorded and telecasted and broadcasted at a different date. But they are not open to public comment, nor are they open to public attendance during the exact meeting, with the exception of the committee members. Anything that is discussed in those subcommittees are then recommended through the superintendent to the board for action, and that would constitute your slate of items on which you would vote. As it relates to personnel and students must be combined. Those can only be conducted by board members and central office members, and those must be confidential and can only be conducted in closed session or in a private session. Those are not subject to public consumption, nor are they subject to public participation.
So can I go back to my original issue? Because I don't know how we got to discussing about the students or personnel.
No, I apologize. I was actually mixing them up.
Oh, okay. So back regards to the education and wellness. Is it possible, Mary, to chime in as the chair of the wellness committee? Do you have an opinion about it being combined with education? I mean, I've been on both. I thought it was a good idea, but I don't know what your thoughts are. Oh, Mary, you there? Hello? Where did Mary go? She was there a minute ago. I don't see her name anymore.
It seems like a lot of people are being dropped from the meeting.
Terry?
I don't think they're getting dropped. I think they're tired.
Yeah, Terry?
Yes. So my thoughts are these. Wellness committee, separate. and that we follow the structure as listed in the policy. Perhaps we start a personnel and student committee per Dr. Riddle's suggestion. And you know what? I don't know if we need an education committee, because we get our recommendations on education from the superintendent and the assistant superintendent for curriculum and development. You know, I sometimes try to think in terms of anecdotes, and you know, the only time I would think that we would possibly, we meaning the board would possibly be trying to change curriculum. Anytime I think of anything like that, the default is always, yeah, but you got to go back to the state for that. I mean, yeah, there are certain instances, I can imagine there's certain instances in which we might want to see in an elective setting, a certain kind of class be taught. But again, you know, that's something that the professionals would suggest. I mean, for instance, I'll just throw out something here. If I had an idea for a filmmaking class, you know, I don't know if a committee, I would have no problem saying to Dr. Chase or to Dr. Reynolds or to Mr. Smith, hey, do we have a filmmaking class at the high school? I don't know, you know, short of that, I don't know how our discussions move the education process forward, the instructional process forward, not the education, the instructional process. So I don't know if we even need an education committee.
So I mean, if the board doesn't want it, we can get rid of it. I just want to say that, and again, we don't have to do everything that every district does, but every district that I have looked at has a committee that's called either education or instruction committee. So, and I think that fundamentally we're the Board of Education. So I guess I feel that we should be sort of kept abreast with the various educational pieces of our district.
David?
I would make the same argument I made to the technology committee, which is that there's a lot to it, and if you want to not be a rubber stamp, but to really understand what's going on, it requires a lot of time, and you have to work together. I mean, each of these committees does have an administrative liaison, so I think it's really important that we keep our finger on the pulse there. So I think it's important to have an education committee.
Thank you, Tracy.
And I was going to say that, you know, the last 2 years, our administrative liaison was very effective in making sure that we were up to date with the district plans for education, how the education was working, kind of breaking down the results to us so that we could communicate and make recommendations to the full board. So I'm all for keeping the education committee.
I would say too, I remember it provided a lot of opportunity. I was, was a member, and I think Eric was the chair at the time when Ms. Clarkson was there. So we would do a lot of presentations, and the communities members that would participate, they would get to see firsthand something more personal to them in regards to whether we were thinking about I remember one of the biggest things was how we were transitioning middle school students through high school to the high school in regards to how we were sort of aligning a math sequence, for example. But the education committee provided a lot of in-depth information in regards to all of our education programs. And I thought that was really important, especially because we did have community members that would participate and learn about those programs firsthand. And that's how we actually have been functioning for the last year, is having these education committees and presenting these programs. Let me see who haven't talked. Ashley, do you have a thought, or Miss Carey?
I'm fine with the suggestion.
Okay, Miss Carey?
The Education Committee has always been a very important committee for the board. It keeps us appraised of what's going on. Not that we make any specific policies or anything. We listen, and we sometimes do participate, but I think it's important, and yes, I would like to keep it.
So Terry, are you adding something new to this conversation? Because I want to try to button this up and kind of clarify one thing.
I think I am, but I'll try to make it short as well. So,
Okay.
So all of those things that many of you all said about what the Education Committee has done, I agree, that's important stuff. But I default back to what Dr. Reynolds said about a committee's purpose, and for the committee to make recommendations up through the superintendent for the full board. And I don't see that happening with regard to education. Being apprised of all of the new things in education, that's important. That's the administration's job to do it to the full board, to the entire board. It's through the literature we get, for the people who are listening, we get a subscription to the American School Board Journal. We get NYSBA puts out a newspaper. There's other information that we get about the new things in education. That keeps us abreast, but I don't think we have the capabilities to then take that and make recommendations to the superintendent for the full board. I won't say any more because obviously I see that most of you all favor that, but I just don't see the way the Education Committee is operating, that is operating in a traditional or in a proper committee setting, because I don't see the recommendations percolating up.
So let me just, I just want to say this. The culturally responsive education was something that I recommended to Dr. Valente when I was the chair. And that's how that was trickled up. So it does happen. And I am going to go back to this. I'm going to go back to the charges. The committee still has to work together to develop what the charges of that committee is. Okay, Ms. Carey and then Tracy. And then please.
I just want to say the assistant superintendent in charge of personnel curriculum, that particular person is the main liaison to the Education Committee. And we do talk about many things. Teachers do come and they talk about things, and I just think it's important. So, like I said, how many of us have said we would like to see that committee move on?
Tracy, are you adding something new?
No, I'm going back to something that wasn't finished, which was Mary O'Neill. I see she's back on. So I was going to ask her about wellness. Yeah, about wellness, so we can finish that.
Well, we're talking about education now, Tracy.
No,
can we back?
Miss Carey, we are, but we were trying to close up whether it should be together or not. Mary, you were being asked just about well, Tracy, you share what you were asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I was saying, I know that you were the chair of the Wellness Committee. If you had any strong feeling either way or any opinion about it being combined with education, because we were trying to decide if that was a good idea or not.
If you were to combine it with education, I would suggest that it would have to be earlier in the day, because part of the committee, you're supposed to include students on it. You're supposed to include the school nurse. So when we did have meetings, it was, at the end of the day, right at the high school in the cafeteria.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. But you're okay with just the concept of the two topics being merged?
Again, I guess it would depend on what you're going to do with the Education Committee. The wellness or the health and wellness, what we had done is we had reviewed policy, recommended changes. Things that we'd done is we would sponsor the annual Chopped that we used to do. Aramark would have things going on with the students during the day at lunch. So it's things like that.
Thank you, Mary.
All right. So moving forward with, we'll see if we have two questions on this. So what education and wellness together? David.
I will defer to the people who are on those committees and what they want to do. I thought that it was okay to try combining them just in the same way that that we were talking about finance and facilities being together. It made sense to me. The little bit I've gotten in the summer from being on a subtask force with social emotional learning, I could see a lot of overlap in the process. So it did make sense to me to put them together.
All right.
I'll listen for other people's opinions who are on the existing committees.
Thank you. Terry,
Separate.
Ashley,
I'm fine with together.
Miss Carrie,
Separate.
Tanya,
Well, I think again, I would like to see if they could work together for a year, and I think we can always re-separate them, but I could go either way. I mean, but
Tracy?
together, I would say together.
Thank you, Tanya. Tracy?
Together.
All right, together. Moving on. Personnel and students. I mean, did I skip? I'm sorry. No, we're good. Personnel and students.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
With both of them together, who is going to be the lead from the administration on the committees combined?
With education and wellness, I would say Dr. Reynolds.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I would say. Personnel and students. Any I'm fine with personnel and students. David.
I'm fine with personnel and students.
Terry.
I'm fine with personnel and students.
Miss Carey.
I'm fine with personnel and students.
Tanya.
Me too.
Ashley.
You know, I'm almost tempted to disagree just to disagree. I'm kidding. I'm fine with it.
Tracy.
Yes, sorry.
Thank God. Okay.
All right, I have a question. When you say students, what do we mean by students?
The discussion of students. Sometimes, I'm guessing, sometimes there may be something with a specific student and you cannot have that conversation.
So I know that I shared with you a few minutes ago that the board has to be careful having those separate conversations about students. And if this is a committee, what will happen is the full board will not be apprised of it. I'm just sharing with you, I'm cautioning you about that with students, because we have to be careful talking about particular students. Just when I send you documents, when I send you information, I redact student names to protect privacy. So if you're going to go into a committee where we're talking about particular students, you might be violating some privacy of kids, and I'm just cautioning you. So I just needed to get some clarity about what it is that you guys are doing, because you know what, I'm a little concerned about that. Dr. Reynolds, I just want to add to that. Being that this is your domain.
Yes, Dr. Chase, thank you very much. I cannot speak from the perspective of knowing what's been in existence historically in the district. I can only tell you what my experience has been in other districts and what my recommendation would be. I think that we forget that there are 3 levels of P's as it relates to a school district. You have policy, you have procedure, you have practice. The school board acts on policy. Procedures are detailed either through what it is you would normally do, which is a recommendation of the school district, the district administration. Practice is what the history of what you've built all along based on your procedure. As it relates to personnel and to students, I do not recommend that there is a separate committee for the purpose of discussion of that. That is what executive session is for. And I'll stop there.
So I just have a question. I think that I'd like to understand where, other than board meetings, probably executive session, in more detail example about issues with behavioral issues or attendance issues or learning issues for certain, and not so much for necessarily, it's not that we want to discuss a specific student by name, but just sort of have that kind of a discussion, about perhaps, groups of students and how the board could then modify policies or what could be done to help those students. So I'm just curious what the recommendation would be to, for the board to be able to be appraised of those issues and then have a discussion with the administration.
So those issues are usually discussed in work sessions. The superintendent will make a recommendation to you via work session with whatever issues that might arise. If in fact there is a particular issue that needs to be discussed, that's why we have executive session, so that we can have those conversations. But recommendations as it relates to policies, as it relates to action that the board needs to take, that should definitely not happen in a committee. That definitely must happen in a board meeting. I think it saves everyone who's on this Zoom call from being liable.
Okay, because I think.
Go ahead, Tanya.
No, I'm just trying to understand here. So what you're saying is, so I mean, let's say, for example, that you have a X number of students who are, I know I'm going to use the politically incorrect word, but I can't think of anything like troublemakers who are really, you're having discipline issues with. You're saying that the place to for the administration to bring this up with the board is actually in executive session and not this type of a committee.
So if there are behavioral concerns at a school, that's done by the school. If there's something that needs to be brought to the board's attention, because it's to a level that should be to the board's attention, that's my job to bring it to your attention, and that is something that I will continue to do. And I bring that up to you guys at a meeting. We meet twice a month. Sometimes we meet 4 times a month, but I bring it to you. Or if there's something that can be put in the board packet, I will do so as well, because that's on board doc and there's privacy with that. In terms of committees, just keep in mind that your committees are open to public, which means if we're talking about those issues, it's not appropriate to have those conversations publicly. But when you relate to building concerns, there's building level and then there's district level. Buildings have got to, handle whatever needs to be handled as it relates to student behavior or student issues. If there's like a riot or something to that effect, my job is to inform the board president right away. If we need to have an emergency meeting to discuss it, then that's one thing. But if you're talking about an unfortunate incident such as kids arguing or kids saying something to one another or a fight that may occur, that's done at the building level. I can provide you with incident reports so that the board can see incident reports, and then we can have conversations about those incident reports in an appropriate manner.
Right. So, over the past year, I mean, there have been incidents that sort of trickled through the community and then reached the board. And so I thought that maybe I'm asking whether having a committee that could be, just appraised by the administration of this type of incident, and not seeking student names, but really seeking more statistics. We had this many incidents of this type here. So how can we address it? So that's really, so again, I'm asking if it's possible to create a more efficient, responsive forum for these types of discussions, rather than, hearing from the community.
Right. So whenever you hear something that I think that would be out in the community, typically what I do is send you guys a group text as a heads up. And I've been pretty diligent in saying, hey, heads up, this could be out in the community. I'm going to again warn you from having a committee that will focus on those negative behaviors of students. I just don't want to form a committee that's based on student behavior. Well, I know you're just giving an example.
Right.
I just want us to be careful as it relates to students, and I just want the board to continue to keep in mind how the different facets of this district work and not put you in a position where you are liable, where comments could be made unintentionally, names could be raised unintentionally, or descriptors of children can be raised unintentionally. And so you've got to be very, very careful not to put yourself in a position of liability. And that's where the district comes in. That's where the superintendent comes in with communicating with you all. If the board would like, we can generate monthly reports of incidents. I do give you guys, when you ask me about it, we talk about it. But if you want to do something a little bit different, maybe we can talk about that another time as to how those things can be reported in a more comprehensive manner.
I've been trying to speak.
I think that was asked during last school year for a monthly
Yes.
on that. Tracy, Tracy, hold on for a second. I know we couldn't hear you because we can't see you raising your hand because your video, excuse me, is no longer working.
Thank you. I was gonna say I ended up texting you to let you know my video is not working.
Tracy, please go, David, and then Terry.
Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Chase. I was going to ask exactly what Antoinette said, so I'm happy she said that, that we did ask for very clear way in order to get that to you. There is some concern, and there has been concern raised by community members that have sent videos to all of us. There's been issues in not just one building. There's been discussion among the board at one point, very, very early in the year, about how to streamline and address certain behaviors amongst not individual students, but from kind of the middle school, late primary ed to middle school and high school, how to streamline the expectations and the communication of behavior expectations. So those type of things, I think, I'm wondering as well, where would that be brought up? Would that be the safety and technology committee? Would that be just a separate discussion? Like, where would you prefer as an administrator that we address those issues that get brought up?
Board meetings. At board meetings, I thought we have established one time that when rumors are out there, that we bring it up together at a board meeting. And I just want to clarify, we don't get videos often about kids fighting. You'll get them every once in a while. I don't want people to think, we have a public that's watching. I don't want people to think that my school is unsafe, and I know that's not your intention, but it's my responsibility to make sure that people understand we don't have incidents that happen often. But when we do, you will bring it to my attention. And when those sporadic incidents do happen, they're brought to my attention, they're brought to the principal's attention, and typically they are resolved at the building level. And that's usually how it's done. And I will come back and let you know that incident has been resolved.
Just to clarify, because I don't think that anyone was trying to say that there was an issue, but I will say this for clarity. The beginning of the 2019-2020 school year, there were multiple videos that was received by this board. So for me, that was something that was of concern, which is why one of the first meetings that we have was to discuss what was happening or what was being perceived, because we did have an increase in video.
Sure. I'm really happy you said that. If you might remember, when you brought those incidents to my attention, I also shared with you that a few of those videos were old. They were videos from a previous year. So I don't want anyone to perceive that you received a bunch of videos, that everything was happening at one time. I want to be clear that I did say to you, and I remember that vividly.
Yeah, there was one video that was old and the rest of them were current.
Correct. And the rest, meaning very few, a handful, and they were current, and they were videos that were rectified by the building principal.
Yes, but as a board member, I will say this, where I may not have gotten anything the previous school year, to get multiple ones in a semester within a matter of from September through October, for me personally, as a board member, as a parent, as someone who works in a school as a dean, that was very heightened for me.
Okay.
David?
Okay, I'm going off in a slightly different direction. I'm going to relate to you something that I made as a suggestion over the summer in one of the subcommittees, and I thought that I want you to listen to that and tell me if this is something that would fall under the auspices of a personnel and student committee or not, or if there's some other way to handle this sort of thing. So, in looking at what might happen under COVID-19, it occurs to me that in the remote learning we had in the spring, 90% of the students were engaged and the other 10% had some difficulties. And some of those difficulties were perhaps technological, but other difficulties were that they weren't attending for other reasons. And some of those reasons could be things that could be rectified by counseling with the parents or changing the environment in some way. And some of them you might come to the conclusion, and this will work, be a problem in the future as well, that the home environment is just not conducive. There's not enough quiet. There's not enough space. There's not enough something. And so there might need to be an overflow room. That is a room in some building, if we have anything left over, where students who are on their B week, their week where they're remote, would report to that room. There might not be enough room to maintain social distancing in their main classroom, but they could report to that room and participate remotely in at least a quiet environment that is conducive to their being able to study and or participate. That's the sort of thing that you could come up with as a suggestion and a recommendation to the board, and it involves resources and interaction with the administration and all that sort of thing. And I thought that when we were talking about this personnel and student committee, that's the sort of thing that might come out of it. Now, is that something that would fall under that purview? And would that be an okay thing as opposed to treading into areas where we may have liability issues?
That sounds good, Dave.
Okay, great, David. Terry. Terry's the last one on this. Or Miss Carrie, I'm sorry, and Ashley.
So given all of the discussion that we just had on this, I am rescinding my support of this committee. I think because I do not get a good sense that this is something that we can, as a board, effectively do, and the fact that the administration has effectively handled these issues, I'm okay with that. Dr. Chase does keep us involved, alerted to things that potentially go viral and even of incidents. And certainly Dr. Chase and the administration, they're not encouraging fights in the schools. So, they do a good job of keeping us involved, keeping us alerted of stuff. I mean, I have a plethora of emails from Dr. Chase when there's, an ambulance that goes to a certain school for something. Because of all of the potential liability here, I don't think this is a good idea, and I'm rescinding my support of it.
Thank you. Miss Carrie? Okay, I'm gonna come back to Miss Carrie. Ashley?
Yeah, I think, hearing Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Chase and their multiple points on it, I would agree with Terry on this one. I think I'm going to pull my support. I think we probably don't need that committee and just leave it to following the procedure we have in place now, which would be during executive session, our superintendent and assistant superintendent will bring things to our awareness. And I think that Dr. Chase, we mentioned it a little while earlier. I think as long as we get that reporting cadence up, I think we could probably address some of those issues that way.
Sure.
So real quick, Miss Carrie, I see yours is off. So right now it is combined personnel and students. I understand Dr. Chase, her concern in regards to students, Terry also. So are we, I guess, is the consideration pulling the student piece and just leaving it personnel? because that's what it
You know what?
feels like.
Madam Chair, Madam President, I should say, we have asked on several occasions to get some sort of information each month based on the incidents that happen in the schools. To my knowledge, that has not been forthcoming. There are incidents in every school. There is no school that is exempt of having some situations happening with their students, good, bad, or indifferent. So I have no problem as long as I know that I'm getting something every month instead of hearing it out in the community. And when people talk about rumors, these are kids coming out telling their parents and other kids talking to each other about situations that happen in their school.
Right.
So as I'm saying to you, I hear all of the rhetoric, and I can understand where some people are feeling that it may be a situation where it will get out in public and we'll look like a bad school. Well, if we get the information that we need and we can talk about it and get it resolved, I have no problem with splitting the or not having the student committee. But there's going to have to be some changes made, or it will come up again. Thank you. That's it. That's it for me.
Thank you. Okay. So again, I see Ashley, Terry, and Ashley, just a quick question to clarify. Are you pulling out of the student portion or the committee as a whole?
For me, it's the student piece.
Okay. Terry?
The committee as a whole.
Okay. All right.
Student piece.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
David said
Student piece.
Student piece.
Miss Carrie, are you pulling out, would you pull out the committee as a whole or just the student piece?
Just the student piece, and I would like to come back to revisit it if we don't get the information that we need concerning the incidents in the schools during each month.
Okay. Tracy.
I want it there. For me, the only reason why I want it is to ensure that it gets addressed and it doesn't just fall in the wayside in the like to-do pile and we never actually get to it. So, but I am concerned about the legalities of it as well.
So, okay.
Can you let me in? I'm trying to sign in my other computer in hopes that the camera works. I don't know what's wrong.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. So Tracy, you said student piece. Ashley, I agree with student piece as well. And Tanya?
So I would like to keep the student piece, but perhaps Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Chase can carefully guide us in drafting the charges of this particular committee so that they're very clear and that we don't overstep any of the boundaries that they brought up.
Okay. All right. So I feel like I gotten everybody. So for this, we are, let me go back to the other screen. We are going to, Tanya, you'll take out the student piece.
I'm taking out the student piece?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody agree. I mean, the majority agree with taking out that piece. Okay. Governmental relations, any disagreement with this committee's existence? Okay, I'm hearing. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually, again, I'm going to say that to Terry's first point, we don't have to do what other districts do. I think that we're the only district that I saw in my search that has this. It's a committee that really hasn't really done that much. And I think that the one meeting that we had with Andrea Stewart-Cousins was the entire board. And I feel that really governmental relations is more the domain of, sorry, Antoinette, the board president and and the administration leadership. So I would personally sort of get rid of this committee. Again, also because it would be nice to have less committees.
Okay, I hear you. I would just say real quickly, I don't think it should be something that has to meet every single, like month, but I do think this could fall into possibly an ad hoc committee, especially when we are trying to when it's like just before budget season. It would be great for this committee to sort of activate a few weeks, a few months actually prior to prepare for the budget season and how we're going to advocate for our school districts and as far as the proper school funding and things like that. I think this should be something that's ad hoc. I see Terry, your hand is up.
Sure. So thank you for that. I couldn't disagree more cordially with my colleague Tanya, because first of all, getting on the calendar of the Senate Majority Leader, that's a major thing. So I see that as a coup. And yeah, you were right that it was the full board, but it was the Government Relations Committee that met ahead of time to frame what we were going to say and to frame the discussion. We need to meet. One of the core things, talk about duties and stuff. One of the core things that any municipality should be doing is working with its senior elected leadership to make sure that it is getting the financing that it should get. And by municipality, I'm using the legal term: a school board, a fire district, any entity that raises taxes is a municipality. And if anything is important, is for us to, as the old saying goes, follow the money. And forgive me again. I tend to be a storyteller, but we can't do this thing ad hoc because things come at you so quickly, right? So the other day, we all received from Mr. Feiner an email in which he said, please reach out to your legislators about the co-op law, right? And, we all didn't know about this. So I reached out to him to say, what's the town's plan for this? And he said, talk to Francis Sheehan. I'm still waiting to hear from Francis Sheehan. So we have that one going, right? And then we have the potential, and this is a big thing, and this is why we need to have, ongoing discussions, right? So we potentially have the, at some point, a new courthouse police station. If they locate that where it's been rumored to be located, we're going to lose $300,000. And the reason I know it's $300,000 is because in my role on the Government Relations Committee, I foiled that information to see what it was on the tax rolls. On and on and on. We have to stay abreast of these things, whether it's me or somebody else. One day, I don't know when, one day I'm not going to be on this board. But if there's nothing else that I leave here on this board, is that we watch the money. If we take our eye off the ball, if we don't follow up with our elected officials, because remember, we elect those people to look out for us too, we will have a problem. Last thing I'll say is this. We met until COVID occurred. We were meeting regularly and frequently. And I would say we probably did more as far as recommendations than any other committee. And again, recommendations to the board on either what we want to think about doing or making concrete recommendations. And what I will do again at the end of this meeting is send out those minutes from those meetings if I was not diligent in doing so. So we met frequently. But again, people, following the money is very important. Being able to meet with our elected officials is very important. The last thing I'll say, I know I already said that. The other day, when I was attending one of the rallies after the unfortunate death of George Floyd, I saw State Assemblyman Abenanti, and I sent an email to our president saying that I went over to see him. Hi, Mr. Abenanti, Terry Williams from Greenberg Central. Oh yeah, he didn't remember me, of course. He didn't remember me when I first walked up. First thing out of his mouth, I want to come and talk to you guys, right? We have to maintain those communications, those lines of communication. But at the same token, maintaining those lines of communications doesn't mean we take everything that they say, because we have a reporting, we have constituents to which we are responsible for, and they have constituents, and we're part of their constituency, and we have to make sure that they balance that correctly. And the final thing I'll say, all right, strike three. I said it 3 times.
This is like the third
I understand, but I have not taken the longest time speaking, even right now. So I'll wrap it up. When you said that this is primarily a role of the president and the superintendent, nothing could be farther from the truth. It's the role of board members. As president is a board member, he or she has no more power than anybody else. They can be a part of that committee, certainly, but it should be a committee of 3, and the superintendent should be the liaison, of course, because he or she can be the day-to-day contact that we might need it from a elected official. But it should not just be one board member. It would not be a committee if it were one board member. We cannot rely on just one board member, because even in the 3 people that we had on the committee, we had a great exchange of ideas. So you need that. A court of 3, right? A court of 3 is stronger than 1.
Dr. Reynolds has his hand up, Antoinette.
Go ahead, Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you. I'm sorry to belabor the point, please forgive me. But going back to the committee intent for personnel, I'm looking at the notes now. Is that committee intended to be a subcommittee, or is that the entire board through executive session?
And we took the students off.
I'm sorry, you mean the personnel committee?
Last year it was a subcommittee, and it was last year we had it as the Education and Personnel Committee. So now I guess it's just a separate subcommittee.
Okay.
With regard to the Governmental Relations Committee, I also could see that as an ad hoc committee. I also do think that the superintendent and the board president make the most interaction. They speak for the district, speak for the board, and the most interaction with our elected governmental officials. I'm sorry, because I saw Dr. Chase's hand up, so I wanted to be quiet.
Sure. I just want to I hate to go back, but I just want to make sure that there's clarity. The same position that I have for student committee is the same position I have for personnel. I need for you guys to be very, very careful. Personnel matters are discussed in executive session. And keep in mind, if you have a committee and you're talking about personnel matters or any particular personnel, that information can be foilable. I'm just trying to protect you all from liability. I'm just going to ask that whatever we've done in the past, I think just having knowledge of how things could go, I think moving forward, I'm going to just caution you to be very, very careful.
And if I could piggyback on Dr. Chase's concerns, please know that that is my concern. Any subcommittee, because it is not a formal executive session, is potentially foilable. I would ask that the board please confer with the attorneys prior to designing a subcommittee specific to personnel.
So,
Dr. Reynolds,
I guess what you're saying,
that will be done.
Yeah, so I guess maybe we just need to get rid of both personnel and students until, Antoinette, you speak to the attorneys and see if there is a possibility of structuring even a committee like that that would be, safe.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. Thank you, Tanya. Okay. Back to government. I'm sorry.
Back to governmental relations. Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, were you going to say something? I think you were going to say something about personnel or governmental.
About the personnel. So I think the reason we've gone around in circles about this a while now is it sounds like in general, everyone is looking to have an ongoing conversation about that, as opposed to what we've had in the past, which is really, okay, we need to talk about it at this point because something's come up. So maybe the best way to handle this, instead of considering a committee at all, and checking with the attorney, since we know that that's kind of a liability to Dr. Chase and Dr. Reynolds' point, maybe we should just put in a placeholder in our exec sessions moving forward, where we can just talk about personnel and or student issues that may come up on an ongoing basis, as opposed to just being ad hoc. Because it sounds like we definitely want to hear, for example, I can give an example. We'd want to hear updates of any high level themes in terms of disciplinary or anything like that we can be doing, or changes we need to make proactively to improve things. I think that's what we're all kind of driving towards. We're just coming at it from different sides. So maybe if we could just agree to that during our exec sessions, to have that standing little section, and what goes in it, obviously that will be, prefaced by Dr. Chase and Dr. Reynolds with information they're feeding us, as well as things that'll come up. But maybe that's the easiest way to handle this, and let's just pull personnel and students completely out of the conversation in terms of a committee.
I definitely agree. I want to also, when we are doing that, in real time, we also have to be mindful of time as well. Sometimes we can be in executive session. We have community members waiting for us to come out of executive session, and that could be a really long time. So I personally think I love the idea, Ashley. We just have to be really mindful of time. People are waiting for us when we are in executive session.
So can we try it for this
on
one
top of
year?
hold on, Tracy, on top of like the normal things that are right on the agenda that we need to discuss, this feels to me, we're saying if there's something else outside of that. I just hate holding up people for long periods of time. And as we know, we can be in executive session for an extremely long time.
Maybe the work session. The work session necessarily doesn't have a time frame, so the work session can be dedicated to that.
That's true, but I will say this, our community is always waiting, no matter like what meeting they are, and they're engaged and they're always waiting. We just have to be really, we just have to really think about it.
Yeah, I don't think we have to solve that today, but I think that we have spoken at brief points in time in the past about potentially restructuring the way we handle our meetings. So I don't want to get into that whole rabbit hole right now, but maybe this is part of that conversation.
Yeah. Tracy.
So I think, so initially I agree with that idea of putting into our meeting, but here's the only reason why I don't want to leave the committee structure for governmental relations, is because sometimes there's back information and there's additional information that needs to be brought to us. And sometimes things get brought to us kind of, each of us have our different avenues of obtaining information. So are we going to, even in a work session, have a full discussion on whatever that governmental issue is? Or
no,
like, I don't know how that's going to go in a meeting setting, because it could take up we had 2-hour governmental relation meeting. So would that be able to be addressed?
Well, I think as far as the government, I still believe it should be ad hoc, but I think as far as the governmental relations committee, if things need to come out of that and shared with the rest of the board, it normally happens at our work session meetings, right, when the committee should be reporting.
Right, but I mean, like in our committee meeting, we had a lot of meetings canceled because people couldn't make earlier this year, we had to cancel a lot of them. But when we did meet, we really, and that was with Mr. Pineda and Mr. Williams, we really got into the topic. Whoever brought up the topic of governmental relations provided, information we were looking at. We would leave and go try to gather additional information. Is that something we could do in the context of a work session, is what I'm saying, time constraint wise? Like, or Ashley, I mean, it was your suggestion, which I think is a good one. How did you envision this to work?
So yeah,
in
Tracy, what my suggestion was
Was for
specific to the
personnel.
personnel and students committee that we were talking about no longer.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about governmental. I'm sorry, I got confused. Okay.
No,
All right.
that's
Thank
why
you.
it's saying with government, no problem.
Thank
That's why it's saying with governmental, we should be reporting back at our work sessions what has taken place. David, and then Terry, and then we need to move on from this one.
I think that the issue of time in board meetings is central to this. I think that it does take a lot of time to figure out what your position should be, and I much prefer having a separate governmental relations committee to come back with recommendations to the board instead of hashing out all the issues in full board meetings, because it would take forever.
Thank you. Terry?
And thank you for saying that, David, because that is what we did, because that is the role of a committee. Committee is to hash out the issues and talk about things. It would be not a good use of our time or the board's time to come back and share every little thing that we discussed at the meeting. It's the big points, it's the points that require action that any committee would be charged to do. And all committees should be, as per the recommendation by the governance committee, all committees should be making recommendations or at least explaining a little bit of what they talked about at the board's work session, so that our colleagues are kept abreast. Obviously, if there's no action items, the conversation doesn't have to be as long. Even if there's an action item, it doesn't have to necessarily be long, but obviously it has to be backed up with the reasoning and hopefully data to support that argument. So, this is not specific to the Government Relations Committee. This is something that all committees need to do, and we all need to do better. So, yeah, there you have it.
Miss Carey, do you have anything to add? I didn't hear from you.
Okay, blah, 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 blah. That's it.
All right, so.
What? Was that a yes or a no?
Governmental relations, are we saying, so I suggested ad hoc. Are we saying this is an active committee all year long, or is this something that we do when we need to activate it and begin to do that type of work?
I vote for ad hoc.
I'm for the ad hoc.
I prefer permanent.
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 Ms. Carey?
Ad hoc.
All right, it is ad hoc. All right. And then audit, of course, we know that is required. Tanya, as far as the alternatives, that is good. That's out of the way, right?
Yes, I think if I was, if anyone really wanted to consider alternatives, it would have been, facilities and technology, audit and finance. But I think since now we have these combos, I think that it's not necessary to go through the alternatives.
All right, great. Okay, so I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so we are good as far as that. Let me just get back to the
agenda. When are we going to do the chairs of the committees? And
yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Tracy, yes, we do have to do
chairs membership. Well, it's not chairs, but the actual members on the committee, and then I guess
membership, yeah.
Is determine the chairs, but also I don't know how it really worked this year because we had that short year due to the pandemic, but we have building liaisons, and I don't know if we want to go over the building liaisons as well to determine who would be for each building.
Since we under committee, if we could just get going, anybody interested in technology and safety?
I am.
I am. So Ash, David, and how about, who's the chair?
Madam President?
Yes.
I
We
think
typically-
you vote for this, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anybody,
in the
is
meeting.
anybody else for, I didn't hear anyone else that they wanted that. So unless somebody else wants to,
Who are the three people?
me, you, and Ashley.
Okay.
Okay, Terry, did you have a question about this committee that we're on right now?
No, I had the same point as Tanya.
Yes, okay. So anyone for community, CEC, community and communication.
Aye. David,
Aye. Tracy.
Tracy,
Tracy,
David,
Come on. Nobody else wants to join us?
I'll join.
Yay.
Governance and policy.
Me,
I want to do that one.
Okay, let me say, wait. Say that again.
Terry,
Ashley, you said yes.
Yes.
Tracy, you raised your hand.
Did, but
I'm putting your name down because I saw your hand raised. All right, and you can change your mind. Finance and facilities.
oh no, we have to talk about the chair of the Governance and Policy Committee.
no, we don't. We
we
talk
don't.
about that at the meeting. Thank you, Tanya.
Yeah. I'll
You just
take
said
the, yeah, I'll take the finance and facilities.
All right, Tanya,
David,
David. Did I thought I heard someone else.
On that one too, please.
Okay. Education and wellness. Me.
Me.
Cora,
And that leaves me out. All right, so I'll just wait. I don't need to be on it this year. I've been on it the past few years.
Tanya
I'll be,
and Cora. All right. Governmental relations. We said that was ad hoc, but I think we still should say on it. Me.
Me.
Terry,
Oh, that's 4 people. Let's vote.
Yeah. So wait, tell me the 4. Me, Ashley, I heard Terry.
I said my name, yep.
And Tracy.
Yep.
All right, let me go to the audit.
Me.
Me,
Tanya, Terry, David. Okay.
Actually, Antoinette.
were there 3 people for audit?
Wait, hold on for a second. Terry, what were you saying?
So I'll just do audit and governance and policy.
So you're saying you're taking yourself off of the governance relations.
Government relations, yes.
All right. David, what were you saying about, you were saying something too.
I was asking, who were the volunteers for audit?
Tanya, Terry, and David.
Tanya, Terry, and David. Thank you.
Terry, you didn't take it off your name off of there, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, okay. We have safety and technology, Ashley, David, Antoinette. CEC, I'm gonna call it, Tracy, David, Antoinette. Government and policy, Terry, Ashley, Tracy. We have finance and facility, Tanya, David, Ashley. Education and wellness, Tanya, Antoinette, Cora. Government relations, just ad hoc, we have me, Ashley, and Tracy. And then for audit, we have Tanya, Terry, and David. Okay, building liaisons. Second to write this down.
now that we have newly established committees with board members, I will take a look at those committees, speak to my administrators, and check on their availability to participate in those committees, because some of them are evening hours, and I don't know if anyone's time has shifted, and I don't want to volunteer anyone right now. So I'll give you those names shortly.
No problem. Thank you, Dr. Chase. And let me say this too. As far as any committee hours, we also have to be mindful that the board members are volunteers. Many of us work. So when we are talking about times when these meetings are taking place, we need to be mindful of that as well. So thank you. All right, board building liaisons. Let me just write this down. Okay, ECP.
I'll liaison ECP.
Lee F. Jackson. Okay, let me skip. We'll come back to that
I
one.
would take Jackson, but I really don't want to be in a building where my child is. So can someone else take Lee F. Jackson?
We'll come back to it. Highview.
I'd like Highview.
That is, I'm sorry. RJ Bailey.
I'll take Bailey.
I like it. Oh, you'd like it?
No, it's fine. You can take it. But my kid's at the high school, so then it just leaves me with Lee F. Jackson again. So.
Middle high school.
And I was there last year, so I'd like to go back to Bailey. Do you terribly want Bailey, David?
I like to maintain continuity, so I got bumped from Highview.
You got bumped from Highview.
So now I'm trying to get to know Bailey a little better.
Who said middle high school? David, was that you or you know?
You didn't call for it yet. You didn't call for
sorry,
middle high school. I was going to. Me, I'd like that one.
I like high school.
My kid is there. I don't want to be in a building where my kids are, because then it's like, I'd like to learn more about the other buildings as well.
What about ECP? Is that part of Lee F. Jackson, or is that a separate liaison?
Cora took ECP.
Why are you stepping on my feet?
See?
I was just asking.
Well, we have more. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We have 7 board members. There could be more than one. So we have an empty spot of Lee F. Jackson, and we have, I feel like one.
With Tracy.
I'll take Lee F. Jackson again. I'll take Lee F. Jackson again.
Or can RJ Bailey have 2?
Excuse me. I will take Lee F. Jackson also, since the early childhood program is in that building for right now.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do RJ Bailey if you need somebody else for it. Okay. I mean, but Tracy, you wanted it, right?
Tracy, say something.
I did. No, it doesn't matter. I can visit all. I visit all.
You want to put Tracy in for RJ Bailey?
Tracy down for RJ Bailey. Tanya, where do you want to be?
Well, I like the high school, but I think you've already got 2, so put me anywhere where you need a person then.
Highview.
Okay, Highview.
All right.
It's next to my parents.
It's next to your parents' house. Okay. So, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so ECP, we're good. ECP, the main building, they're still, you know what? I keep forgetting we are remote for a certain time and we'll have a hybrid. Okay. So right now I have Miss Carrie, Lee F. Jackson. I have Highview, Ashley, and Tanya. I have RJ Bailey, David, and Tracy. Middle high school, Terry and Antoinette. I feel like Terry, my first year, that was our combination, if I remember correctly.
I feel like singing Reunited.
Exactly. Okay. Let's see. I think that
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry, David, what were you saying? All right, so I think that we have done that part, and we have to come back to, oh, Dr. Reynolds, I'm following up with you. I know Mike Falcone, you're back on the call, so I think you might have some information to share.
Yes, thank you very much, Trustee. I do have Mr. Falcone on. We would like to revisit where we left off with regards to the recommendation for, I think it was not ventilators,
Respirators.
respirators. Thank you. Mr. Falcone, can you hear us? Oh, hold on, let me put you on speaker. There you go. Try it again.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. What would you like to ask me?
First, I'm sorry, President Darden. Firstly, I think we left off with trying to get the consultant on the line today. What is the possibility of that? What can be recommended?
Okay, I text him. He said, want to speak to him. He's available Thursday and Friday at 10 o'clock a.m. if you want to speak to him. I think you had questions on respirators, PPE. I just want to make it clear to everyone. I was told that the building should not be occupied. That's the first thing, safety first. I was also told that whoever enters the building should have PPE. I did tell the administration we won't enter it without a respirator. Now, I'd rather err on the safety side, okay, than trying to ask exactly which type of PPE to use. That's number one. Number two.
What's a PPE?
The results.
Sorry, wait, Mr. Falcone. The question is, what's PPE?
Personal protective equipment.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Now the other thing is that I just want to state this. The results are the results. And it's by recommendation of a professional. We went through this with an engineer. I'm taking this a little, harsh. I apologize, but hear me out. I brought concerns of the building to you. Okay? Nobody, whatever, wanted to listen or believe in me.
Okay, let me wait. Hold on, Mr. Falcone. Hold on, Mr. Falcone. Hold on for a second, Mr. Falcone. Hold on for a second.
I don't believe this.
Let's hold on for a second. I'm speaking to you respectfully. And I understand this is something that is important, and this is something that is of grave concern, I believe, to all of us. Let's just be mindful that we are all adults here, and we are speaking to adults. And let's be mindful of what has happened, when it has happened, and how it has happened. Please. So I ask that we speak in respect to each other. I'm trying to hear what you're saying, how you started this conversation out. I am saying, I don't know about anyone else. I personally take offense to it. I do not speak to you in that manner. I don't want to be spoken to in that manner as well. So please, if you could give us your report and just let us know what was told to you so that we can move forward. We just want to hear what you heard. I'm not sure why that EnviroScience did not place what was recommended to us today in that report, but if you could just share with us specifically what he said in regard to towards the wearing of respirators. That's what we really want to know. Thank you.
He said nobody should be occupying the building, okay, for me to remove my staff. I said, and in order to go in there, you must wear PPE.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I would like to see that in writing. I'd like to see his whole report in writing. If you don't mind, Madam President, I would like to see the whole thing in writing, because I'm feeling very strange here right now, and I'm not liking how I'm feeling. So for me to maintain some semblance of respect myself, in order for me to say anything about what has just been reported to us, I would like to see it in writing so I could read it, digest it, and if necessary, maybe recommend that we have an additional air quality people come in and give us another air quality report.
So, Dr. Chase?
Yes.
Is it possible for EnviroScience to update his report that he did provide with his recommendation for respirators? And Dr. Chase, I have a question too, another question. It sounds like he'll be, because this is really important, it sounds like he'll be able to update it, you know, ASAP. I'm pretty sure Mr. Falcone will reach out and will, you know, relay that we'd like that updated to the report. If he does, when that update does come, I think Mr. Falcone said he's available either Thursday or Friday, 10 o'clock in the morning. Would we, because no one's going to be in that building from between today and if we meet with him on Thursday or Friday, no one's going to be in that building. Am I correct, Dr. Chase?
I can't guarantee you that. I put the recommendation out the minute we found out from him that we should protect ourselves going into that building.
So are people currently occupying it?
There are contractors there. This is why we're asking you to pass a resolution to protect the entire district in case there's liability. You know, I can't, you know, I don't know the schedule of the contractors, but there's work being done in the building. And if the environmental scientist feels that we need to protect ourselves entering that building, then I think that it might be, it's a strong recommendation that this board at least act on that verbal recommendation. And when you get that written recommendation, if you want to take it back, what you have approved, then that's fine. But at least you can demonstrate that you adhere to an environmental scientist's recommendation, and you follow the protocols and procedures. And then if you want to take it back because you feel like maybe it's an overreaction, then you have that right to. But this is it's like when the doctor tells me that I am sick and I need to be in my bed, and I'm waiting for the doctor to put that in writing. I'm just giving an example. You know, you want to listen to that person, and then, you know, once you get it in writing, then you can either take it back or you can continue with such protocols. But it is my strong recommendation, based on what Michael Falcone has gleaned from the environmental scientists, and I strongly recommend that we protect ourselves by making sure that the contractors are protected.
Can we also stop their work until they have their respirators as well?
They should have been told immediately that this was a bad.
Miss Carey, hold on, Miss Carey. I'm sorry. Dr. Chase, if they haven't been told like once you guys heard that, is the work still continuing?
So let me ask Mr. Falcone. I want to ask Mr. Falcone.
Going on as of yet, may I speak?
Mr. Falcone,
there's no work going on as we speak right now, okay? But I needed to take my staff out of the building as well, because I still had the maintenance squad there. I still had 2 other guys that reported to the mansion. I needed to get them out. And I told them they're not allowed in there because I was told that nobody should be occupying the building, okay? And if they go in there, they should have PPE, because I do have supplies and equipment that are in there that right now I'm trying to figure out where we can store everything so we don't have to go into the building.
So right now, your team, Mr. Falcone, they are not in that building right now. Not now, that's in today, recently.
I put a hard lock on the door, and if we have to get in there, which we have to start taking stuff out, okay? I told him, I said, I want you to have a respirator on because I was told PPE. Okay, so I didn't ask what grade, but I said, let's put it on to go and get our equipment out of there. So a little at a time, we have to remove our supplies and our equipment.
Who are we talking about? The workers or talking about the maintenance men?
He's talking about the maintenance staff. So he stopped them from entering. He stopped them from entering the building. The workers are not in there. So Dr. Chase, if we could be able to, and board, you heard, I think, Mr. Falcone, if you can confirm, you said that he's available Thursday at 10, or did you say Friday at 10?
Thursday or Friday at 10.
So
because
with Thursday or Friday at 10, is there any board, I'm gonna poll you now, who is available for this?
I'm available Friday, not Thursday.
So
I have a question.
Terry, can you just answer to me if you are available to meet to hear this person on Thursday or Friday at 10?
I am not.
For either, right?
For either.
Okay. David, for you,
Yes,
did you raise
either.
your hand for both?
Both.
Tanya, I heard you said yes for both?
No, for Friday.
For Friday. Okay. Ashley?
Come back to me. I'm still checking the calendar.
Okay. Tracy?
I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute. How many board members are going to be there already?
Right now, I have Tanya and David available for Friday. David, for Thursday, I'm available for both.
And maybe Ashley. All right, I can sit this one out and hear from you guys later. So no, I'm not going to change my work schedule.
So
No.
you're okay. You're not available. Terry's not available.
Can't do Thursday. I can do Friday.
Okay.
So, Miss Carrie, which day did you say?
Doesn't matter.
All right. So Friday at 10, Mr. Falcone.
No worries.
All right. So Friday at 10, right now we know your maintenance staff has been told not to go in there. If they need to get something out of it, they need to have PPE on. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Also, contractors will not be in that building as well. Correct, Dr. Chase? And Mr. Falcone? I'm sorry.
That is correct. Mr. Falcone, I'm going to take it a step further. Can you make sure that there's signage on the door of the building that no one is to enter the building? I want to make sure that is very clear, and we can, listen, EnviroScience, that group, they have a liability as well. And so, if they're asking us to do something, they're liable for their words to us. And so, Mike, if you can just put that on the doors, on every entry point at the mansion, that would be most appreciated.
I won't put the signage on, but it's on hard lockout. No one has a key to that building. You can only get in there with a card swipe, and with a hard lockout, no one can get in. But I will do the signage as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I have a question.
Yes, Miss Carrie, and then Terry.
Madam Chair, I'm very concerned. Who is this? Who are these people? Did we approve them to come in and do this? If we did, where was I? I don't know who these people are. Are they coming in here, some scientific people, telling us that the mansion is hazardous when we had other people come in and tell us that it was not? Okay, and now we have to make a decision whether or not we're going to take the word of these people that I don't know who they are, okay, until we talk to them. And I just don't understand why at these last moments are we getting this information.
Well,
we should have had this information as soon as they decided they were going to get somebody else to come in.
Well, Miss Carrie, I would say, and I understand that you are upset. I would say this. Right now, we have a meeting set for Friday. We're going to hear directly from EnviroScience, and we'll move forward from there. I say let's just look forward. The building has Mr. Falcone said he has secured the building. He's going to add signage so people know not to come in. Our the workers or the contractors that were working on the building, they're not going to be in there. Our maintenance is not going to be there. If we could just move forward with what we have now. Okay, Miss Carey, we're just gonna hear what they have to say on Friday at 10 a.m. and move forward.
All right, fine.
Thank you. Terry.
So yes, so now that we have this meeting set, does this preclude the vote on the resolution on the agenda?
We're gonna take action on Friday. To me, my suggestion is to pull this.
Well, I just want to be on the record that I'm opposed to pulling it, and that I would have liked to vote on it, and if it fails or whatever. But I want to be on the record as saying that
Can you please put Terry on the record that he did not want to pull this item? Two things that I did forget. As far as like committees and our representation, liaison, there's PTA, NISBA, WESPUB, and WESPUB Legislative Committee. Anybody, what's your pleasure? Anybody wants to be a liaison to any of these things? I like PTA.
I'd like PTA.
And I like PTA too.
You know what? How many usually are on this?
At least two. You can have anything up to a quorum of the board.
That's true.
I'm sorry, Antoinette, I didn't hear what you asked.
I'm gonna come back to that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, just to clarify, she's doing liaisons. So we were talking about who's going to be the liaison for the PTA.
Thank you.
Board.
Thank you.
All right, NISBA.
Isn't that usually the board president and vice president?
I see Antoine, what's her name? Tanya. Tanya's, I'm so sorry.
I'll take NISBA.
I see Tanya, but I think she was muted.
Okay, hold on, Tanya. David, does it have to be president and vice president?
It's traditionally that. You can,
Okay.
I don't think you're required. So if Tanya wants to do it.
Or maybe one of us, Antoinette, it's up to you.
Yeah. Tanya, Tracy, do you want it?
I will do it. I'll do NISBA.
All right, Tracy and Tanya. WESPUB.
Westchester School Board, PTA. Anybody want to be the liaison? For what? Do you want to do Westchester? I'll do New York State, or vice versa, Antoinette?
Well, Terry, you're on WESPA's, aren't you a member of it? Like you're on, you have a role on there.
Yes, I am on that board, and I'm also on the executive committee. But each each board typically has a representative that is not a WESPUT board member. So
okay, we can't kill two birds with one stone.
Unfortunately, not.
Okay. Anyone else for WESPUB or the WESPUB Legislation Committee? Listen, you can't have the same, like it's more than David, Tracy.
Wait, so, okay.
I'm not understanding what, I mean, if you want me to get off of the NISBA and do the other one, I'll do that. Well,
No, I'm not
what
telling
are you
anyone
looking
to get
for?
off of anything. I'm saying people who have not joined something, if they could. There's two left, okay. WESPUB and WESPUB's Legislative Committee. Y'all, I feel like crap. So this is like 3 o'clock. We're an hour over. If we could just.
All right, can we table it and somebody can think about it and volunteer? Maybe if we get information on what they have to do as the liaison.
All right, table. provide more info. All
And
right.
then people might volunteer if they know what it, entails.
Okay. Last thing, I agree with that. So for how many you guys said that's usually on these committees? Because I see it's 3 people on PTA. Is that fine?
Up to 3. Yeah, you could do up to 3.
Okay, great. All right. So tabling the WEPSPA's committees, liaisons, and we'll get more information for that. Finally,
Wait, who was the third PTA liaison?
Who do you have?
I have me, I have Tracy, and
me. I said my
ADC.
name first.
Got it.
I said my name first, David. All right. The last thing is our board self-evaluation tool. For the last at least as long as I've been on the board, we have been using the NSBA's tool. I think, Ivy, they updated it, right? 2016 or 2017? You're muted, Ivy. No, you won't unmute.
You're still muted.
Ivy? Okay.
Okay. Yes, that's what the board used for your last evaluation.
All right.
The date one that they had.
Okay, does anybody have an objection to using the same thing, or does anybody have a different tool? Terry, I see your hand up.
This is not for an objection. The tool is immaterial to me, but are we going to discuss the evaluation survey that we completed for this current school year or for the past school year?
We are going to discuss it. It wasn't planned. I didn't plan to discuss it today, but it will be on an agenda.
Okay.
So is anybody against using the tool that we've been using for the last few years, or does anybody have anything new? All right. So are we all good? Terry, your hands, is your hand up again? Okay. So I'm assuming there's no objection. We're going to move forward with the NSBA tool. All right. So Ivy, did I already say to you, Ivy, we're pulling let me go back up to it.
B2.
B2?
B2, yep.
All right, so we did pull B2, we pulled B1. Did we finish the vote on everything else? I believe so.
My hand is up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Terry.
Perhaps Ivy can give us some guidance on this. Do we need to hold a vote to pull something, Ivy?
You've done it both ways.
You've done it both ways.
Yeah, you've done it in your meetings. You've taken a vote to pull something off the agenda, and other times you've announced that you've pulled something off the agenda. It wasn't voted on when you voted on the board action items. It was removed from that resolution, or from that motion, excuse me.
Yeah.
I would like to vote. I'd like to have a formal vote on pulling it from the agenda.
Okay, so can I get a motion to pull item B2 from the agenda?
Could you please pull the board? I'm sorry. Discussion.
I'm sorry. Okay, Tanya, was that you?
I'm sorry, run that by me again. You're asking my vote?
Yeah.
I'm saying yes, pull.
All right, you seconded, right?
I didn't hear who made the motion or who seconded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I made the motion.
Who seconded?
Second.
Terry, okay.
Discussion, please.
Yes.
Could you poll the board, please?
Ivy, we're looking at each other. I will. Okay, so David, pull Or no? All right. Terry,
No.
Tracy,
Yes, pull it.
Ashley.
I have a clarification question before I can vote. My question is, if we pull it today, we're having our meeting on Friday, and Friday we decide, hey, you know what, we do need to do this, then when will we be meeting again to do it? That's my question.
On Friday, you'll have a
We're
consensus.
taking action on Friday.
You'll have a consensus on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, and
You'll
we'll have a quorum to do that. Okay, then I'm
Yeah,
fine.
right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us that will be available.
I won't be there. Mr. Williams won't be there.
Okay, in that case, I am fine with pulling it until our Friday meeting.
Tanya.
Same as Ashley, yes.
David, Terry said pull, Tracy. No, David and
Terry
Terry
said
want
no.
to say.
You didn't get Cora.
Miss Carrie, thank you.
Oh,
All right, the item is pulled. Can I get a motion? Terry, yes.
Yes, I just want to ask, we have this meeting on Friday again, and then Dr. Chase earlier said that she's going to need to have a meeting for some hires that we need to get this underway for the school year. When is that meeting going to be scheduled for?
Dr. Chase, are you ready with your hires or are you still hiring?
Dr. Reynolds, I believe we are still in the process of hiring a few more people, correct?
That is correct. We're in the process of hiring, but it's utterly important that we attend to those who have been offered salary, because in essence, until we vote on them as a board, they are still susceptible to being poached by another school district.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you're gonna have 5 of us at 10 a.m. on Friday.
will we get the information about the people before?
Yeah, will we able to get that, and will you be prepared, Dr. Reynolds, Dr. Chase, to on Friday to present these?
Yes.
All right. Terry, yes.
I really have to object to that, because Friday's meeting was specifically for the issue with regard to the mansion. I'm out of pocket for that meeting, and a meeting at 10 a.m. in which the public can't be a part of. I mean, it would be one thing to just meet to inspect whatever it is that person is saying and look at that building. That's one thing. But to then have a meeting, and we talk about transparency and being open to the public.
Why are you saying that the public won't be able to be a part of it?
Exactly.
I'm confused about that.
Yeah, well, 10 a.m. on a Friday, most people are working. Didn't somebody earlier say?
I'm working too, Terry, but
I'm working too.
I'm working as well, but I'm still going to be here.
Excuse me. I know you disagree with what I said, but there's no reason to interrupt me. I mean, you can disagree with me, but you don't have to be disagreeable. If I could just finish my point.
Go ahead, Terry. Finish your point.
Thank you.
I'm going to be able to sign off soon.
Excuse me. So my point being, that's not optimal for the community. Not everybody, I understand we make sacrifices because we have taken this on, but it's not optimal for the community, if they want to, be a part of this decision-making. And the things that we're taking up, the hiring and the other issues that Dr. Chase and Dr. Reynolds might bring up are more traditional board things. This issue with the mansion, unfortunately, is something of an anomaly. So to lump those two meetings together, I think does not operate in the transparency that we profess to have.
Thank you, Terry, and I appreciate your opinion. I'm going to say 2 things. What we are being asked to what information we're trying to get, looking into this facilities issue, something that was not in the report that was provided to us that we want to see and be able to speak. That is critical to the work that we do. So that is important for us to take. Terry, you don't have to put your hand down. I'm not asking for a debate, but you said something, right?
I'm not having a debate. Once you're done,
Because
I'd like to speak.
You're gonna go back and forth, and we don't have to.
No, I won't.
Heard what you
No,
said
I won't.
respectfully.
No, I won't.
Internet,
No, I
please.
won't.
Hold on. So we are doing the work that we're supposed to do, which is why we're having a meeting, which is why I am sacrificing from my time, from my work, and hopefully I won't be on the line with my job, right? And everybody can't do that, and I totally respect it, but it's important enough. We have 5 board members that are available. Dr. Chase and Dr. Reynolds have made it very clear. We have teachers and other staff that we want to hire, and we want to make sure that we have them on board, right? Before anyone else takes them away, we are trying to accommodate that as well. So though I do not, and when you say transparency, Terry, you know what, forget that part.
Yeah.
So I want to say this. I think it is inconvenient, and I apologize to our community wholeheartedly. But what I'm thinking about is, one, getting the information from my bioscience is critically important. Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Chase has said here in this meeting, they don't want to lose the people that could be coming to our district to support our students and staff because we haven't had the opportunity to meet. The first available time right now is on Friday. This meeting will be made available to all of our community. I hope as many of you as possible can participate. It will be recorded for you to review as well.
Excuse me, Internet. If I just could say this, the first available time was Thursday and Friday for EnviroScience. That's the first available time. What I'm saying to you is, and I'm not dismissing the importance of having that meeting for those of you all who want to see the information. But what I am saying is we could have had a meeting. Thursday and Friday only came up in regards to EnviroScience's availability. What I'm saying to you is we can meet Wednesday. I'm available Tuesday. I'm available Wednesday to meet to discuss the personnel items. I just can't be there on Friday for the Thursday or Friday for the EnviroScience meetings. We could have, remember, I'm the one who brought it up. With regard to Dr. Chase, and the issues that she brought up. So I'm sensitive to that, and I'm also sensitive to what you're saying. But what I am saying is that we can meet earlier in the week to discuss the personnel issues. I'm available for that.
Thank you. Let me poll the board. Is anybody available to meet Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday? David?
Yes.
Tracy?
No, I'm only available on Wednesday. Monday and Tuesday I have to be out. I'm sorry.
Tanya?
I don't have my calendar. I still use a wall calendar, so I would have to get back to you. I think that I might be able to do, I'm sorry, I can't remember. I can run, if you just wait for me, I'll be right back.
Okay, Ashley?
I'm available Monday through Wednesday, but it depends on the time because I'd have to, I guess depending on what time you guys end up telling me is when I'm going to tell you I am or I'm not available.
Okay, I am not. Anyone else? So Miss Carey?
Did we check with Dr. Chase and Dr. Reynolds because they also have to be available?
Yes, I understand. I'm going to get them as soon as I get the rest of the board.
Okay.
I'm available. I'm available on Wednesday, as far as I know.
Okay. Tracy, Cora. Terry. David, did you say you were also available on Wednesday too?
I'm available on Wednesday.
All right, Tanya's looking at her calendar. So
Antoinette, did you say you weren't available?
I said I'm not available. So far, I have Monday, I have 2 board members. Tuesday, I have 2 board members. Wednesday, I have 3 board members.
Oh, you're not available for the Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, Antoinette? Oh,
Nope.
okay. Dr. Chase, Dr. Reynolds, what is your
Yeah,
availability?
while we wait.
Hello?
I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Chase,
I
are
don't
you
know if there,
available Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday?
I'm not sure if a time was discussed. I mean,
Mm-mm.
I'm at work Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but if we're talking about an evening meeting, that's different.
All right, Dr. Chase, I thought I heard you say, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I didn't mishear.
It's unfortunate that you're asking me this question, and I'm just going to leave it at that. There's a reason why I said that, Ms. Darden-Cintron.
No, I'm listening. I hear
I
you.
mean,
Dr.
I could, you know, for the purpose of hiring our teachers, because that is.
Let me take that back, Dr. Chase. I'm
Right.
sorry. Let me take
Right.
that back. Are you available Wednesday or?
I can get on the call. I can get on a Zoom Wednesday. I can get on a Zoom Wednesday.
That's what I said Wednesdays. I'm only available Wednesday. Is anybody not available Wednesday?
I'm actually not available Wednesday unless it's later in the evening. But you know, if you have if you have a quorum, I mean, it seems that
Right now, we do not have a quorum.
Oh gosh.
I can do Tuesday. I could
Just do
try.
Friday. Well, everybody's there Friday. I'm fine. I'm the one missing on Friday. I'm fine.
I'm also fine with Friday.
We'll talk about it, okay? Let me know what's going on, because I'm hungry and I got to get something to eat. So you all talk and do what you got to do. Let me know what's happening.
All right. So, Terry, are you saying you're now available for Friday?
I am not available on Friday, but because there is a quorum and because you will be available, I just can't. No, I'm still so.
Terry,
let me
you
just
can
make sure.
always think about it and come back and let me know.
Yeah, but then you have to try to get everybody together. Let me just see about Wednesday. You said that you're not available, and I hate to. I mean, I know we have a vice president, but I think on such
Either
important
way,
issues.
right now on Wednesday, there's still not. It's only 3 people that are available on that day.
Oh, I thought we had 5 people available. I'm sorry. Okay.
On Wednesday.
Okay. All right. My bad. I thought we had more. My mistake. Okay. It's a moot point then. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I think everything else is.
So wait, I'm confused. When do we approve this?
Friday.
Everything sounds like Friday morning.
Friday, Dr. Chase. All right, David.
Would the board be interested in maybe if we could ask the environmentalist if he could possibly host an evening so that you satisfy having the community there and then there'll be more availability of board members? I don't know.
Madam Chair, I would like to hear what they say before the community does. I don't have no problem with the community, hearing what they say, but I would like to hear I'd like to have a meeting with them before anybody else is involved, so I'll know myself what's going on. And then the community, if need be, meet with the community.
Hey, Antoinette, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Falcone said the gentleman was available at 10 a.m. Am I correct? On Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was Thursday. Okay, Friday or Thursday. We're moving forward with it. Are there any other closing items?
Yes.
Yes, David.
Given that we are not having our students return in person in early September, I think we should defer the board inspection tour of the facilities until sometime in September and prior to when students return. And I'd like the administration to come back with what they think is a good date for us to come back and have our facilities tour in September.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Terry, is that your hand up, a new hand up, or an older hand up?
That is an older one, sorry.
All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Everyone have a good Saturday. It sounds like it's pouring out there. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Antoinette.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.